The topic this year is AI in the humanities. My colleague, now Professor Patrick Babrotsky, as of a few weeks ago, he has been, he has been approved for another promotion to full professor.
Nice.
And he's going to tell us a little bit about his plan for the series today and introduce our first speaker. So welcome, Patrick.
No, it's not a PowerPoint.
Oh, wait.
This? Just slow down.
It's a different presentation. Yeah, it's a PDF, it looks like.
Hold on, I think I need to actually open it. No, just slow down.
There's some arrows at the bottom of the screen.
Are there? Oh, yeah. There we go. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Usually my students do that for me. So click over there. Okay. All right. Yes, I was told to adhere to a strict microphone discipline, which I'm going to try to do. I can hold. It's much better. Welcome, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you, to see you at the 60th Annual Webb Lectures on AI and the Humanities. And as a first thing that I want to say is to thank everyone who made this event happen, starting with Stephanie Cole and Julie Hazard and Joe Carpenter and all of our graduate students who are helping us with the equipment and with welcomes. And I'm very happy to see my own students here as well, so welcome to them. And of course to all the wonderful guests who you'll meet them in very shortly. I said that yesterday, and I stand by my words, that this is by far the best service assignment faculty can get at UTA probably, because what we do is we get to think about anyone in the world that we can that we want to invite. Then we get to invite them. Then we get to hear about their work, and we get to invite them to dinners and just have a good time. So thanks for the opportunity, Stephanie. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to frame our discussion today a little bit with a few very high-level slides and ideas and perspectives that I think might be useful for thinking about humanities and AI. The first perspective is this notion that man, broad understanding of the word human, is an idea that came up at a certain moment of history, roughly somewhere in High Renaissance, 15th, 16th century. We gave ourselves the permission to pay attention to ourselves, and we found ourselves interesting at some point, and developed the humanities. We started to develop knowledge, which then consolidated, as Michel Foucault has argued, in the classical period towards the end of the 18th century and 19th century, through the construction of disciplines and knowledge, right? So just in the same way that we've arisen as an idea, we can also disappear. And I think it's very interesting and relevant to today's topic on humanities and AI. The second one, if you permit me, let's fast forward to today. Sam Altman's interesting equivocations between human and machine. Essentially, a few months ago, he was defending the amount of energy that's being expended on AI infrastructure by saying, well, look, it takes 20 years to raise an intelligent human being, so what do you want from me? So there's that. Medievalist historian Yuval Noah Harari, pointing to a moment of confusion that we're experiencing, some of us are experiencing today, saying that essentially that was on Stephen Colbert's show a couple of years ago. He said, we have no idea what the world will look like in 20 years. And AI is largely contributing to this confusion. And then he's reduced that time span to 10 years. For me, it's a couple of years. I really have no clue what's going to happen. But I think it's interesting. A couple of snapshots from some imaginary extrapolations about humanity and AI. You probably know those, the Blade Runner and the 2001 Space Odyssey, films in which the machine is essentially reclaiming its dignity and it's reclaiming its humanity in ways that are moving sometimes, but also very scary, as in the case, well, actually in both cases, right? So there's that. And Daniela Amodei, the co-founder of Anthropic, telling us that studying the humanities will be more important than ever, and saying, well, this is what we're looking for. These are the skills that humanities give us. And she herself studied literature, so she would know. On the other hand, Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, says the AI will destroy humanities' jobs, but there will be more than enough jobs for people with vocational training, which is not very comforting. So there's a lot of confusion out there. Everyone has something to say about the humanities and AI and these connections, and it's not always very consistent, and it's confusing. So when I was looking for answers, I turned to ChatGPT to tell me exactly what's going to happen. And the verdict was this. I asked for a one-sentence answer, of course, and it told me that AI will push the humanities to the center of public life by making the interpreting ethical and historical insights essential to guiding how intelligent technologies are designed, understood, and governed. It's very comforting, but of course, can we trust it? Because by now, ChatGPT knows what I want to hear. And so I'm not sure if this is a reliable source anymore. Luckily, we have 5 wonderful guests who will be weighing in on some of these questions today. I'm, for one, very curious about what they have to say because I feel like I know less about AI than I should. And these are our guests. And so, yeah, I hope you're as excited as I am. Our first guest is going to be John Burmeister. Let me get the proper introduction here. John Burmeister is Associate Professor of Philosophy at the University of Mount St. Vincent. His research focused on the computational technologies, the nature of the mind, and how those two topics can shed light on each other. Due to his studies in the history of philosophy, including Aristotle, Rousseau, Hegel, he brings in historical perspective to the modern-day issues of technology of mind that he investigates by excavating insights from previous centuries to supplement the perspectives and the prejudices which the present age inevitably carries. John learns as much from teaching as he does from his research, teaching courses on ethics, human nature, artificial intelligence, philosophy of mind, philosophy of technology, work and leisure, and Stoicism as well as Buddhism. Let's welcome John Burmeister.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. Is this thing on? Okay, good. All right, I'll just jump right in. So my talk is called AI as Midwife, Personalized Education, and Rousseau's Hidden Tutor. The emergence of highly capable AI systems is set to disrupt education in ways both concerning and remarkable. As new approaches such as neurosymbolic AI and continuous learning are integrated into frontier models, hallucinations will continue to decrease and skills such as agency and long-term planning in these models will continue to increase. Large language models are giving way to much more powerful systems. The rise of powerful AI is pushing educators, whether in the corporate world or in schools, to rethink not only how their assessment is done, fewer essays, more oral exams, but also how instruction is delivered and what role traditional institutions might play in all of this. As big tech companies circle and swoop into the educational space and politicians look to cut costs, the coming years present a genuine crisis for traditional educational methods and institutions. So I find it useful to invoke the old saying, never let a good crisis go to waste. I think we can use this crisis and this upheaval to rethink not just assessment and instruction, but something even more fundamental, student motivation. In other words, we can rethink the reason a learner is doing any learning in the first place. For example, the question of how do we prevent students from writing their essays with ChatGPT assumes, often correctly, that students don't want to write essays. Well, what if they did? What if education was less like coercing horses into a pen and more like gently guiding horses toward open grasslands? The framework for such an approach to education already exists in the philosophical ideas of Socrates and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay, this thing's going in and out a little bit. This presentation aims to use our current moment of crisis to consider how ideas from these two philosophers, combined with artificial intelligence, might help to repair long-standing flaws in traditional forms of education. The question of how AI should or should not be incorporated into education depends, first of all, on our concept of education, what we understand its goals to be, along with the best means to reach those goals. Section 1 of this presentation will argue that the goal of education is the promotion of human flourishing and human freedom. I will refer to this as intellectual autonomy. In Section 2, I will argue that this goal cannot be achieved through the giving of lectures, like this one, but more so through the Socratic method, otherwise known as Socratic midwifery, like a midwife, in which the educator does not transplant ideas into a student's mind, but rather provokes labor pains that result in the birth of an idea. In Section 3, I discuss how 2,200 years after Socrates, French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau attempted to refine the Socratic method in order to cultivate human beings who can think and feel for themselves even more fully. While I don't agree with all of Rousseau's pedagogical theory, I believe that two of his concepts, pedagogical personalization and pedagogical neutrality, are powerful methods for cultivating intellectual autonomy in students. As we will see, though, these two concepts are essentially impossible for a human to put into practice. And yet, I think they are entirely possible for a machine educator to put into practice. Much the same as how AI is making the field of personalized medicine possible today. Unlike humans, a machine educator can act as a neutral, non-coercive educator, one that engages each student at the level of their abilities. Finally, and in conclusion, I will talk about how smart human-AI collaborations can address a significant shortcoming of AI tutors. Overall, then, my argument will be that AI can eventually act as a kind of Socratic, Rousseauian midwife, guiding students in a gentle, inconspicuous way towards intellectual autonomy cheaply and at massive scale. One quick side note before jumping in, I'll be presenting some pretty high ideals for what I think education should look like, which might actually be more controversial than my thoughts about AI. So I look forward to that kind of conversation in the Q&A. All right, section 1. What's an education for? Education is liberation. So on the one hand, the purpose of an education depends on what kind of education we're talking about. K through 12, higher ed, vocational, corporate. On the other hand, I would argue that all of these different types of education have one common purpose: to not only cultivate new abilities in the learner, but to enable the learner to put those abilities into practice on their own, independently of the educator. This common purpose of education is what I'm calling intellectual autonomy. You could also think of it as rational self-determination, the ability to be self-aware, self-directing, self-regulating. Socrates and Rousseau both articulate this purpose of education in the language of freedom, independence, being liberated, and so forth. In my view, intellectual autonomy involves being free from mental manipulation by others, and also free to make one's own decisions in a considered, rational, independent manner. Both of these philosophers also argue that such intellectual autonomy involves two distinct traits. Number one, a crystal clear grasp on what one does know and what one does not know, which Socrates calls wisdom or self-knowledge. And number two, the ability to find out for yourself what you should believe, how you should act, thus eliminating the need for others to give you rules or laws to govern you. Okay, so this view of education and its primary goal have deeply informed the Montessori movement, if you're familiar with that, and also the higher education tradition, which we call the liberal arts, or what's sometimes called a liberal education. This phrase, liberal education, does not imply anything about politics or political parties, but rather refers to an education that is liberating. Liberating from dependence on other people to do your thinking for you, and so forth. Accordingly, a liberating education is not primarily aimed at filling the learner's head with information, but rather with training people to be curious, to check their own biases, to solve problems creatively, and to think for themselves. These skills reduce the learner's dependence on authorities, on laws, on rules, because they increase the learner's ability to be their own authority and to self-regulate and self-legislate. A liberal education is a liberating force for the learner, not so much because of the content of the education or what is taught, but more so because of the form of the education, how the teaching unfolds. This means that a student can learn a great deal about literature or physics or math, but if these subjects are taught only in the mode of information transfer, most students will grow very little as independent thinkers. Unfortunately, this means that a student can graduate from a liberal arts university and not receive a very liberating education. If the student has not learned how to learn on their own in multiple domains, and how to rely on their own reason for their conclusions, they will remain intellectually subservient to others, subject to manipulation by others as well. Such cognitive subservience is obviously a common occurrence in the world, whether we're talking about politics or business or religion. Even though many educators do aim at the higher goal of building independent reasoning into their students, the systems in which we work often push back powerfully against us. So what kinds of systems and methods would cultivate such independent qualities in human beings? Socrates and Rousseau have a lot to say about this. Let's start with Socrates. The educational method that Socrates uses to cultivate intellectual autonomy is summed up in the term midwifery. In Plato's dialogue called the Theaetetus, young Theaetetus and Socrates are talking, and Theaetetus expresses frustration to Socrates that he can't solve the philosophical problem that they are discussing. Socrates informs Theaetetus that this frustration is like labor pains due to him being pregnant. Socrates explains that Socrates' own mother was a midwife and that he, Socrates, practices the same skill as his mother, except that instead of being a midwife of bodies, he's a midwife of souls or minds. He induces labor pains in people's minds to help them give birth to ideas. The labor pains that he induces are the feelings of perplexity, confusion, frustration that someone experiences when they feel driven to understand something but find themselves unable to. In Socrates' view, the labor pains of perplexity are a necessary precondition for the student's mind to give birth to its own ideas. Giving birth to an idea is Socrates' shorthand for the process of seeking for yourself, thinking for yourself, and then generating an idea out of your own mental processes. How does Socrates induce such perplexity into the mind of a student? Well, it's through the back and forth conversation of Socratic questions and student responses that Socrates is so famous for, in other words, the Socratic method. Through dialogue, the student is brought to a state of perplexity and confusion, and then to a breakthrough, when the educator helps the student finally deliver an idea into the world. But Socrates says that the most important part of this conceptual midwifery is what comes next, assessing whether the student's newly born ideas are true or not true. Many of the ideas are stillborn, misguided, while other ideas are living and vibrant, true ideas that count as genuine knowledge. The Socratic method will end in some students gaining knowledge about the world, while others will end up with no knowledge at all. Nonetheless, a student whose ideas are stillborn or dead do receive a real benefit in the process. They get practice in experiencing the perplexity that it produces ideas, and they are more likely to have a successful birth the next time around. Okay, let's connect this with the modern classroom. Teachers know that some students generate ideas in a curious and self-motivated way. Some of those ideas are promising, others are not so promising, might be deeply confused. The student is excited about it, but the idea doesn't really have legs. The Socratically informed educator, nonetheless, places real value on student efforts that produces stillborn ideas. This student is on a much better path towards intellectual autonomy than the student who produces no ideas at all, who simply writes down whatever's on the board and repeats it back to the educator. Some students are really good at doing that. They get A's, maybe. So the contrast between the student who generates ideas, whether living or stillborn, and the student who produces no ideas, this points toward the contrast between the practice of educational midwifery and education as it's typically performed. A huge percentage of education involves transferring information into the minds of students, and in this most common form of education, it is not the student who gives birth, but rather the teacher. The teacher then hands the baby to the student. When this happens, the student does not gain true understanding, but gains something like a set of memorized facts. The baby in their arms is not their baby, in the sense that it did not emerge from the inner workings and processes of their own mind. Whereas the student of the skilled midwife undergoes a discovery from out of themselves, the student who is just lectured at experiences passive reception of information, from an outside source. So if we switch up the metaphors for a minute, the difference between discovering something from within yourself, the water is coming from the educator to grow the plant, or just poured into a cup. And I will take a drink from my cup. In sum, Socratic midwifery is aimed at helping students learn how to find relevant information and then think through it on their own. It does not aim to impart rules or laws into students' minds, but rather to produce people who can think for themselves and judge for themselves. How might artificial intelligence fit into this approach? For a human educator, it's nearly impossible to be an educational midwife to more than one student at a time, since a genuine question and answer dialogue is a fundamentally one-on-one sort of thing. Multiple students cannot answer a question at the same time. Each student will be in a slightly different mental space. Even those students who are pregnant with an idea will be in a slightly different stage of pregnancy. So is artificial intelligence capable of being this kind of educational midwife? We already see the early signs of this. In its Claude for Education service, Anthropic describes its learning mode as guiding rather than answering, and, quote, using Socratic questioning. There's good philosophy going on at Anthropic. They have at least one professional philosopher on staff. Khan Academy's AI tool called Khanmigo has similar features that help students find the answers on their own. Now, because the Greek word for midwifery is meiotics, I like to think of these Socratic AI efforts as eutics. On a much smaller scale, I've designed a custom version of Google's Gemini for an assignment in which my philosophy students need to explain an idea from one of our readings. And then Gemini engages them in a series of questions to test their understanding and also to connect the idea to one of the students' personal interests or hobbies. So Gemini says, what kind of things do you do outside of the classroom? And they say, I like rollerblading or playing the violin. And then Gemini uses these incredible creativity to connect up philosophical ideas to their particular interests. So I see enormous potential for AI to practice a certain kind of Socratic midwifery, particularly since customizing and fine-tuning these models is now as easy as typing into a text box. To be sure, state-of-the-art models are still imperfect. In the Gemini chatbot that I customized, I had to type over 1,500 words of instructions to it to help it behave in something that kind of resembles Socrates, but not quite. So Socrates is sort of glimpsed in the midst of this, but it's imperfect. As the models become more capable, the customized models will as well. All right, section 3, Rousseau's midwife refinements. 18th century French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau agreed entirely with Socrates that an education should primarily aim at cultivating curiosity, independent inquiry, and intellectual autonomy. Rousseau also viewed the methods of Socratic education to be, quote, the most beautiful he had ever encountered. He had a pretty big crush on Socrates. We see his admiration for Socrates when he says that the educator should, quote, give no precepts at all. Instead, he ought to make them be discovered, unquote. Yet Rousseau held that Socrates' theory of education could be improved upon. And in his philosophical novel called Emile, published in 1762, Rousseau aims to present a more complete theory of pedagogy. While Rousseau is best known for his political philosophy, his educational theory in this work, Emile, is, in my view, equally, if not more groundbreaking. In this book, he presents his ideas by means of a fictional story about a tutor who raises a child named Emile from infancy all the way through adulthood and even into marriage. Even though this work contains certain ideas I find to be misguided or no longer suited to our modern times, Rousseau's attempts to modernize and improve the Socratic method are brilliant. So let's zoom forward to our own year of 2026 and ask, if Rousseau were not only an educational mastermind, but also an AI engineer, what sort of AI educator would Rousseau build? What elements of education would he think that such an AI could do better than a human, or better than a human at massive scale? To respond to these questions, I will sketch out two of the main pillars of Rousseau's educational theory and discuss how AI might help us put them into practice. I will also note here that the current AI models certainly cannot perform the essential social and emotional roles of human educators, at least not very well yet, a point I will return to at the end. So a bit of quick background about Rousseau's pedagogical theory. He splits up the stages of human development into infancy, childhood, adolescence, late adolescence, and adulthood. I was surprised recently to learn that he sort of invented the concept of adolescence. There was a little bit about this in the ancient world, but Rousseau is the first that I could find to really treat adolescence as its own psychological category. Rousseau argues that each stage of development deserves its own very specific mode of education. For those who are pre-adolescent, he insists that their education should involve as few words as possible. The natural verbal capacities of pre-adolescents are still quite weak, so he argues that these learners should be educated almost entirely via direct experiences with things, with objects, three-dimensional objects in the world. In this talk, my focus is on the linguistic abilities of AI, so I'm only going to be speaking about the elements of Rousseau's education that relate to words and thus relate to people who are adolescents or older. Okay. Total personalization to the student. Rousseau is perhaps the quintessential theorist of experiential learning. It's a theme he discusses almost obsessively. He argues that for learners of any age, it's nearly always preferable to educate them via direct experiences, if that's possible, as opposed to only using words. In Rousseau's view, as educators practice their midwifery, they should arrange both the situation and the conversation to establish as many connections to the student's own past and present experiences as possible. This means that for Rousseau, a first principle of a genuine education, the educational prime directive, you might say, if you watch Star Trek, is to personalize education, to educate the student according to the precise level of their own current development. This is obviously very difficult to do for one student, much less many. No two learners are identical in their current nature or in their current nurture. So this entails that the more personalized the educational process is, the better. Now, much has already been written about the ability of AI to provide personalized tutoring. In addition to Khan Academy and Anthropic tools that I mentioned, Google has a platform called Learn Your Way that shows real promise, I think, for helping students to learn at their own pace. But Rousseau takes personalized education to a much more intense level. Not only must educators keep in mind the students' individual abilities, their intellectual abilities, their emotional abilities, educators should also track the student's grasp of the particular words in their language. The more fine-grained the personalization, the more effective the education. The promise of AI for this purpose should be clear. We already have vivid examples of AI's ability to personalize content in an incredibly detailed way. If there's one thing that we as a culture have learned from the 12-headed monster of social media, it is that AI-powered algorithms designed by TikTok and Instagram are masterful at hyper-personalizing content to the individual. So masterful, in fact, that some users are spending 6, 7, 8 hours a day on these platforms. I say we reappropriate these powers for good, and that we use Rousseau as one of our guides to do this. Before diving into the details on that, we should ask, why was Rousseau so insistent on hyper-personalized, experience-based form of education? The reason is not that he views an unpersonalized education as inferior, just inferior. Rather, he views it as actually damaging. So in other words, if an education is not personalized to the learner, he thinks it's oftentimes harming the student. One way it can harm the student is by distorting their relationship with whatever they're learning, chemistry, history, or whatever, possibly leading them from an initial relationship of indifference or curiosity to one of boredom or scorn. This point is key. Consider how many people have said, "Ugh, I hate math." Or they have an actual fear of math. You know people like this? It's difficult to conceive of someone having such a negative relationship to math if they had never attended a math class. Such a person has not simply received a poor math education. They have been fundamentally estranged from math by their math classes, and thus they have been estranged from one of the foundations of reality itself. This is a tragedy. While such an estrangement can have various causes, teaching to the test, and so forth, one common cause is that the education was not personalized to the student's individual abilities and interests. Taking a cue from Karl Marx's concept of alienated labor, we might say that an unpersonalized education often leads to an alienated education. Just as a laborer in a factory can be forced into a state of alienation from their labor, finding no meaning in their labor beyond the wage, so can a student be forced into a state of alienation from their own labors, finding no meaning in it beyond their wage, which is the grade. Alienated students often become disinvested from the whole purpose of education, deepening their skills of autonomous and creative thinking. Thus, an alienated education is an oppressive education. It's the opposite of a liberal, liberating education. For this reason, I view the ability of AI to deliver a highly personalized education as not just an improvement to education, but potentially a transformation. Okay, this section is called Personalized Words. How am I doing on time? Okay, thanks. Great. Personalized words. Earlier I mentioned that Rousseau is perhaps the quintessential theorist of experiential learning. And one reason for this is that experiential learning also helps to avoid alienating students from their education. This is why Rousseau's ideal tutor tailors the education not only to the student's abilities and interests, but to the student's specific grasp of words. Rousseau argues that when the educator uses words, these words should meet a very strict criterion. Each word should refer either partially or wholly to what the learner has had some experience of. This is especially true when the educator wants to introduce terms that are new to the student. In that case, the student should fully understand all of the words contained in the definition of the new word. This keeps the student experientially connected to the word and to the larger conversation. For Rousseau, if the educator deviates from this criterion, uses words that the student finds to be vague or abstract or untethered from their own life, this is the death knell of learning. This bears repeating. When an educator uses words that the learner cannot connect to their own life experiences and their own memories of the world, this is not only a poor educational experience, but a counterproductive one. The reasons for this are twofold. One is the alienated education that I mentioned above. The second reason is that when a student is exposed repeatedly to words that they only have a limited understanding of, and then they are pressured by the educator to use those words in a way that appears competent, in a speech or an essay or an exam, the student is kind of being actively trained to interact with words in this unhealthy way. That is, they are being actively trained by the educator to use words that they partially or perhaps entirely do not understand, and in a way that makes it appear that the student does understand them. Just to list a few words that this happens with a lot: fascism, quantum, subjective, deconstruction. So kind of fancy words, and we kind of maybe know what they mean. We throw them around, but do we know what these words mean? Such students are often not being disingenuous when they confidently use such terms without truly grasping them. Rather, it's become so habitual to use complex words that one does not fully understand that they kind of do think they understand them. I've found myself doing this as well. Anyone who has taught long enough has heard a student use some piece of complex terminology, and then after asking the student to clarify the meaning of the terms, watched as the student struggles to do so. So our relationship to language can become distorted when we learn that words don't need to refer to reality itself, but rather words can be used as kind of like non-referential tools for impressing others, or sounding smart, or getting a good grade. Thinking back to the ultimate goal of education, we can say that students with this kind of distorted relationship to language are moving away from intellectual autonomy because the student is developing a deep drive to acquire the approval of others, such as teachers and classmates. Such a drive for approval is really the opposite of freedom. The additional misfortune of this situation is that the person's distorted relationship to words, it's not some anomaly within traditional educational methods, but the direct result of those methods. Traditional education involves a teacher doing a whole lot of talking and directing all of these words to many people at once, thus making only glancing contact with the minds of some of the people in the room. Now, lest I sound too preachy about all this, I am very often guilty of using words that my students don't understand. I discover this when I'm grading exams or essays. And my own students certainly exhibit these kinds of behaviors as well. Part of the problem here is systemic. So most of our students and most of us have been trained for years that we will be rewarded with grades and approval if we can string together words that we sort of kind of understand. This then is the great promise of integrating AI into education, that it can be a highly personalized one-on-one tutor assessing in a very careful way which words each particular student does and does not understand, and then adjusting its own language accordingly. So, since we're talking about a machine tutor personalizing instruction to the individual student, can be done to a far greater degree than any human educator ever could. As an AI considers which words to use with a student, its superhuman memory allows it to recall and consider all of the words that a student has spoken to it in the past, though potentially millions of words. An AI tutor that has been with a student since childhood would have an even greater advantage in this regard. Now, as a side note, your privacy bells might be ringing in your head. They're ringing in my head. To address this, I think that open source AI models that are running locally on a student's own device, this is one potential sort of solution to this. And we could also use federated computing. We could talk about some of the technology of that in the Q&A if we want to. In addition, an AI tutor could use an assessment matrix to estimate which of the words a student has used in the past are truly understood by that student in a rich and experiential way, and which ones are understood only partially in an abstract way. Additionally, if the student introduces one of their poorly understood words into the conversation, the AI would know this and could engage them in Socratic questioning to help guide them back towards something that actually is grounded in their experience. Of course, this is something that human educators can do as well, but it's impossible for the human mind to keep track of the amount of information that an AI could, not to mention continually updating one's memory as the student learns and changes over time. So to go back to this analogy to personalized medicine, we can think about oncology and personalized cancer treatments. AI is sort of finally bringing this dream within reach. So I'm arguing that AI can do for education what it's starting to do for medicine, dramatically improve its effectiveness through hyper-personalization, not to the individual body, but to the individual mind. In summary, while human educators personalize education in low resolution, at great cost, and to a small number of students, a machine educator could personalize education in high resolution, 8K, 16K, and cheaply, and to a multitude of students at once. All right, this is basically the final section. So Rousseau's refinement number 2 on Socrates' midwifery is what he calls pedagogical, or what I call pedagogical neutrality, and I'll explain that in a minute. Earlier, I referred to students who use partially understood words to impress their teachers. I noted that such students develop a kind of a dependence approval. They want their teacher's approval, and they strive to get this more so than perhaps the understanding itself. This phenomenon connects to a second pillar of Rousseau's educational theory, which I call pedagogical neutrality. This is the practice of avoiding expressing praise or blame or any other kind of visible pressure on the student. When this is practiced well, the teacher does not appear to the student to be teaching at all. They are a hidden tutor because they are present as a conversation partner, not as an authority figure using a particular agenda. So this picture over here, you've got a teacher and a student. They're both looking at the same thing. This is from an anecdote from a story in Emile where the tutor and the student are both looking at a stick in some water and trying to figure out why the stick looks broken. And so instead of the tutor saying, well, there's this principle called refraction, and this is how optics work, instead, the tutor walks around the stick, and then the student follows. They look at the stick from different angles, look at it from above, from straight above, the stick doesn't appear to be broken, it appears to be straight. And so this is a kind of midwifery lesson in optics and refraction in which there's no lecturing and the educator is not even visibly trying to teach anything. So this would be one example of pedagogical neutrality. In my view, pedagogical neutrality is another skill that's very difficult for humans to execute and would be quite easy for a well-trained AI tutor. I take inspiration for this phrase, pedagogical neutrality, from Sigmund Freud's idea of therapeutic neutrality, the idea that the therapist should avoid verbally or non-verbally expressing their judgments about what the patient says. Rousseau had stumbled upon a similar idea a century and a half earlier. By this point in my presentation, Rousseau's reason for having this goal of neutrality should be clear, is to cultivate the autonomy of the student. The process of cultivation of autonomy is directly thwarted when a student perceives pressure from an educator to do or say or believe some particular thing. If the educator doles out verbal praise or blame or nonverbal, this can shape the student's incentives by training them to seek out the praise and avoid the blame. For many students, receiving praise and blame becomes the goal of their educational career, and gaining true understanding becomes the secondary goal, simply a means to that larger end. Such students are anything but psychologically free, anything but critical thinkers. So you might think of the teacher's pet or that student that just annoys you because they're always grubbing for the grade and they care about that more than anything else. This is an interesting story I read in the New York Times. It's actually a video about these AI toys. They aren't really being marketed to educators, but they're these little toys, and they can talk with the child. And this young girl, I think she's 7 or 8. This is the father over here. He says that her nickname is Shisan. She likes attention, and she loves compliments. And what does the AI toy do? It's constantly praising her. So this is an example of exactly the opposite of what we want AI to do. It's just showering the child with praise, and the child is becoming dependent on this, probably for her own sense of self-worth in some regard. So educators who express a strong preference for one particular view put subtle or not so subtle pressure on their students to have that same view. While the Socratic method is a far superior alternative to just lecturing, and is itself a kind of hidden education, Rousseau would say that the midwife is often not hidden enough. Sometimes too heavy-handed, sometimes forcing a birth that is more a reflection of the teacher's mind than the student's. To be truly free, Rousseau says that the student must use their own reason, not the reason of someone else. And this is where AI is uniquely poised to succeed, where human educators often fall short. We humans have a natural tendency towards praise and blame, expressing our own views. We like to have opinions. We like to tell our students about these things and feel very proud of them. A machine educator can be trained to avoid all of these behaviors. A well-designed AI would not have trouble calibrating its words and its Socratic questioning into a neutral tone. If that AI tutor happens to have a virtual face in the form of an avatar, it would not have any problem maintaining a friendly but neutral demeanor without the problem of unconsciously raising an eyebrow or otherwise adopting a disapproving tone. With this kind of neutral but supportive educational guide, a student would have a much lower chance of developing a submissive attitude towards authorities and a much better chance of developing their own critical faculties. Conclusion. Addressing a major shortcoming of AI tutors. While AI already has superhuman abilities in the areas mentioned above, as of April 2026, it has subhuman abilities in other areas. Perhaps the most important of those in the field of education are social and emotional roles, both through words and through bodily presence. The research is clear that student motivation is often strongly dependent on whether they think their teacher cares about them and wants them to succeed. At the moment, an AI cannot provide this for most people. The vice provost for AI at NYU, a guy named Clay Shirky, was recently talking about MOOCs, these massively online open courses that were really popular years ago. I guess they're still around. They can be incredibly powerful teaching tools for those who are intrinsically motivated. You just go online, like free MIT lectures. But according to Clay Shirky, what does the data show about the percentage of students who are intrinsically motivated enough to actually complete one of these MOOC courses that they signed up for? Do you have any guesses? 30%. Close. Wow. So 2% complete these courses. In my view, this is largely the result of our traditional methods of education, which tend to drain intrinsic motivation out of students and replace it with extrinsic motivations of praise and grades. This is why, for the immediate future and perhaps far into the future, I see a human-AI educator pairing as the ultimate educational vehicle. The Centaur model of human-AI collaborations is a common metaphor that I think is apt for this case. And looks something like this. In my view, such a Centaur collaboration in education would combine the strengths of humans with the strengths of machines and would provide the most liberating form of education that humans have yet experienced. Thank you very much.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to say that we have probably 6 minutes for Q&A. So any questions, welcome.
Hello. Fascinating talk. I'm wondering, one of the examples you used was Khan Academy's AI tutor, Khanmigo,
Yeah.
which was, I believe, shut down last week.
Oh, really?
And declared a failure. So I see a disconnect between your optimism as to what these tutors are capable of and what seems to be the actual outcomes, currently at least. So I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, my own experiments have gone really well. The custom version of Gemini that I've built for my students to use. I don't know, like I said, I had to work with it a lot. It kept, just when I was pretending to be a student, it was just like giving me the answers or like explaining a bunch of things, giving me a bunch of text. And so I'd go back into the instructions and be like, stop doing this. And I realized I needed to explain, well, I'm not sure if this was what worked or not, but I explained very carefully to Gemini why I didn't want it to do that. And why I wanted it to be more Socratic, and then I explained to it what I meant by Socratic. And yeah, it eventually became this huge set of custom instructions. And then when I was testing it like I was a student, it finally started working. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how they programmed Khanmigo exactly, but I would suspect that they didn't have people building it that had spent years thinking about Socratic education. They probably, I mean, I don't want to assume, but I would imagine that somebody maybe like read a Wikipedia article about Socratic education and then tried to build the tool that way. Do you know anything else about why it It was shut down, or was there any other data?
From what I've read, very low student engagement, lots of students just replying, I don't know, when it prompted them for things.
Right.
And so, yeah, so Khan Academy is saying they're going to double down on their human systems.
Yeah, and so that might connect to what I was mentioning at the end in terms of intrinsic and extrinsic motivations. If a student learns that they can just say, I don't know, and then eventually it'll give them the answer, then that may indicate that there's, yeah, motivation problems. Yeah. Just one other quick thought while the microphone's going over there. I'm just thinking about like earlier versions of Google Translate were pretty bad, and these things will be refined over time.
Hi, I was just wondering what's to be said about, how you said impersonalized education is very damaging. What's to be said about standardized testing that's placed on these students? You say there's not to be an agenda, but wouldn't the agenda ultimately be to have these students raise their standardized test scores? So I feel like there's a very big disconnect between let's personalize this, yet we're going to give you all standard tests to, ensure this.
Sure.
There's lots
Yeah,
of
yeah.
things, but these are my thoughts.
Yeah. I totally get that. It's, yeah, I mean, why do we have standardized testing? If we had infinite amounts of money, would we still do standardized testing? I mean, if we had like individual tutors for everybody, maybe we still would. But I suspect a lot of this is about trying to get like efficiencies of scale with very limited human resources. Now it makes sense to say like we want everybody to have these kinds of skills when they graduate from this grade or whatever. That makes sense. Or does it? Because different people's, you have two 12-year-olds and their brains can be in very different places. So, but we jam them into the same classroom for, again, very understandable reasons of efficiency and finances and so forth. So perhaps some of this could be solved by this personalization process where you would have, I'm imagining a classroom of, let's say calculus classroom, and you would have a couple of really precocious 12-year-olds in there, and then you would have some 16-year-olds, and you'd have some 19-year-olds, and then you might have a 22-year-old, and they're all in there, and there's a teacher in the room, and then each one of them has their own personalized tutor, and so yeah, I mean, some of the things I'm proposing here are pretty radical in terms of rethinking the educational system. Like, what if we didn't do testing for people until they had showed that they could actually be in this class and also kind of sort of wanted to be there, and then they showed the proficiency, and then we give them the test. So that's my first thought. My second thought, can you remind me, was there a second part to your question?
I was just curious how it fits together, right? Because you said that there's not an agenda ultimately for it, right? But there is.
Yeah, so I think I probably didn't make that part clear enough. There's an agenda, it's just invisible to the student. So Rousseau talks about how, so that's the idea of the hidden tutor, is that there can be all sorts of arrangements happening on the part of the teacher. The point is that the student is not supposed to feel those in an intense way. So going back to this slide, if I remember correctly, in the novel, the philosophical novel called Emile, this incident with the stick in the water is kind of prearranged by the tutor. I think the tutor might have gone there like the day before and like put the stick in the water, and then like, oh, let's go for a walk. And so then they're like taking a walk, and then the child notices like, oh, the stick looks bent. So for Rousseau, there very much is an agenda. It just needs to be not feel like pressure for the student.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First
First of all, thank you for talking. I had a question regarding like if you had any ideas about how practically you mentioned in the last part of the lecture that you would combine AI and human teaching to kind of get the best of both worlds, which I'm shaky on that. But do you have any ideas on how that might be practically implemented?
Yeah, well, first of all, not a lot of ideas. That's kind of one of the next parts of this research project. So I've only given a little bit of thought, but yeah, I can imagine there being, I mean, so first of all, there's a lot of research coming out recently about screens in the classroom. Like, we put way too much faith in this, and learning outcomes are decreasing. In my own classroom, it's totally a no-screen environment, like 0 screens, and I'm catching students phone lapping and talking to them after class. So there would need to be a very different kind of technological arrangement with much more controlled settings on the devices. But I would imagine some scenario in which students are chatting with a bot, and maybe it has a face, maybe, I don't know if they have one earphone in, so it's not like a cacophony. And the teacher is going around and also being maybe a third conversation partner. So it's like a triangle of tutor, student, AI. And the human is there to give some of that social, emotional support. And honestly, a little bit of pressure in terms of I'm here, and let's focus and concentrate. And then the AI has the much higher knowledge of the student's past, where they stand, how they're performing in their other classes, something they can connect from oh, the student is this is a math class, the student actually really likes literature. I'm gonna bring in, you just read this cool story about the Catcher in the Rye, let's do a math problem about Catcher in the Rye and make it more aligned with the student. And then the teacher's there to sort of help along with that. So I could imagine that kind of triangle going on in the classroom, and then the teacher. And this is a little bit like how I understand Montessori schools to work, where the students are going around and investigating things in the space, and they're often doing this independently. And then occasionally the teacher will go over and say, oh, let's talk about this. So that's all I have in terms of details right now, but yeah, I mean, your question is super relevant and I think deserves a lot more thought. Thank you. Yeah.
You keep mentioning having an AI tutor from childhood. How do you balance the AI not having the knowledge of a young child's life? Like the AI tutor just met that student. How would the teacher come in to guide the AI Socratic method in that? Because the AI wouldn't know as much about that student's particular thinking and learning processes. So how would that balance?
Do you mean, yeah, so I guess I'm still thinking this through, the question of at what point, would it actually be helpful for a child, at what age, to have this kind of AI tutor? But let's just imagine that it comes in at the age of 10 or 11. And then 5 years later, they're going into, ninth or 10th grade. That AI tutor would know more about the student's educational background and also their linguistic capacities and so forth than the 9th or 10th grade teacher who's just met the student. That was kind of what I had in mind. Does that seem realistic to you, or?
It does, but my question is more for the kindergarten or first grader who comes in with an AI tutor who doesn't know anything about them. How would that dynamic play out?
Yeah, I guess in that case, the AI and the human kindergarten teacher would be on kind of a level playing field of this is a brand new person that we have to get to know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, John, for thought-provoking presentation. And I have two comments. So maybe first one, I will shock you a little bit, but exactly what you present is already in place. Yes. And the example is as follow. When you have the teachers teaching pilots to fly, there is the man and huge machine interaction, especially all kind of simulation, AI simulation. And already the last slide you have presented is already implemented and very well implemented because of the economics of this process. I mean, only human cannot give a knowledge and experience. So the AI part they use to give the students an experience that the plane is crashing, and when the plane is crashing, what teacher said is challenged by experience to feel the crash, right? It is also very well implemented in massive education process in factories, for example. So when you have fast circulating employees, you have no time for the education process. So you record, let me say, then you personalize the fastest way to send the information to the brain of the particular new employee. For particular piece of work, she or he will deliver next 5 minutes, right? So it is already implemented, and but your angle of viewing that is absolutely amazing. And I have one thought to that. The education is all about money. It is a business, right? So probably, and it is what you provoke me to think about, probably in the future, the close future, we will have two tiers of education business. The one will be a standard delivered by AI avatars, highly personalized and based on the simple math, value for money. So I pay $1,000 and I want to be a good whatever writer. But this human with the tool of AI will be the second tier, the very, let me say, well paid.
And the equivalent of
banking,
today that have
private banking, and the normal banking, right? So the normal bank you pay $1 per month, right? And the private banking, someone cares about you, like a master teaching you, advising you, right? So I think it is a huge thing we need to think because of the ethical aspect of that, bias of that, right? But really interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to add also my huge thanks. This is really stimulating, very inspiring, actually, as somebody who's teaching. And so one last comment, because we're going to be moved to the next lecture, is what struck me, there's a little tension from my perspective, looking how things are developing in the world. And I'm wondering if we are in the moment where education is going towards a model of being liberating, really. Because when you think about it, in moments like this, historically, of consolidation of nation states and empires is what's happening right now. Education was kind of an ideological discipline more than liberation, right? I mean, there was a kind of a balance struck between these. And so I'm wondering how that's, if thinking about the personal tutor as a liberating agent is what's going to happen. And in that sense, also to what Alexander said, if this is really going to be only a business, it's going to be a business for sure, but is it going to be only a business because it's going to have this ideological function?
Right.
Just a thought. I don't have an answer to this, but...
Yeah, I mean, I invented this word, eutics, being sort of cheeky, there's this other word, AI-tocracy, which, yeah, you mentioned Yuval Noah Harari at the beginning, and I've learned a lot from him. And it was about 10 years ago that reading some of his stuff, he alerted me to the fact that of when authoritarianism and AI come together, it's 1984. It's a disaster. So every autocratic leader in the world is salivating at getting AI because it's a means of total surveillance, total control, personalization. So I think, yeah, we're at this crazy inflection point where you could have hyper-personalization toward liberation or hyper-personalization towards creating servants of the state or whoever else is in charge. It's really, I think that artificial intelligence is a little bit like psychedelics in the sense that it's a non-specific amplifier, amplifies what a person is trying to do and what's already in their mind. So I think things could go terribly wrong, and that's one of the reasons I'm working on this is so we can steer it, just hopefully try to steer it in a different direction. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we're at this moment. Thank you very much. Let's thank our speaker. We're going to be introducing our next speaker, and while we're reshuffling and putting the presentation on, I wanted to remind everyone there's coffee and cookies. Do we have cookies? No cookies, but there's coffee, and there's sugar for the coffee. So please help yourself. Very.
But yeah, like wholesale resistance, I agree with you. Make sure I'm not holding them up.
Yep. Click these pages. Yeah, that's what it takes. It takes a click to get the movie going. Good.
Got it? Okay, let's put this one on.
Those behind me.
Oh, anywhere on your belt. The camera. This one for the. Put it a little higher. Oops.
Hello. Hello. I think that's good. I want to get a glass of water. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's give it 60 seconds. It's all good. I'm used to this. Totally.
see you. Thanks. That's fitting.
All right, welcome to all those who are joining us now. Our next speaker in the lecture series is Larry McGrath. And Larry is a senior researcher for AI products at Amazon, trained in the history and anthropology of science. He writes about cultural context of technology. His first book, Making Spirit Matter, Neurology, Psychology, and Selfhood in Modern France, published by Chicago University Press in 2020. Larry's recent writings appears alongside academic and business researchers in anthropology and AI, which was just published this year by Routledge. Welcome, Larry. And Larry's talk is called Creation and Critique, How the Humanities Shape AI Application Design.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Figma is the most widely used digital canvas by designers in order to create most of the user interfaces for websites and digital apps that we interact with. And what I'm sharing you right now is FigJam. This is a product that we use in order to brainstorm ideas among colleagues in editable shared diagrams. Their team can annotate, rearrange, and in this case, organize an outline for this talk that I'm sharing with you today. The language model underlying FigJam is Anthropic's Claude Opus 4.5. Kiro is an agentic integrated developer environment. It's a developer tool. And we use Kiro at Amazon in order to rapidly create prototypes, do some quick coding or data analysis. And in this moment right now, you see me using Kiro in order to generate a website for your mobile device for this very conference right now. I have zero coding skills. I barely even know HTML, but I'm able to use it effectively, I think, in order to navigate the HTML panel on the left that you see, and then do a preview of the website and edit it, as you're going to see in the center. The underlying language model for Kiro is Anthropic's Claude Opus 4.5. This is Alexa. It's what I work on at Amazon. It's a standard chat conversational interface, much like Claude, Chat, Gemini. The assistant exists on a software layer among multiple devices. Many of you might be familiar with Alexa on an Echo device at your home, and I'm here using it in order to prepare the literature review that I'm going to share with you for this talk. It also has a language model underlying it. At this point, can anybody guess what that might be? Opus 4.5, there you go. The point that I want to make in sharing with you these three examples is we're currently at a point where language models have been commoditized. They're pretty much the same. There are only three out there that are really in use. That's Gemini, Gemini 3 Pro, GPT's 5.2, and Claude Opus 4.6. Given that these language models are commoditized, the real source of value differentiation, where companies are able to create a moat, is in different user interfaces. I've shared with you a menu of three of those that are available right now: a canvas, a developer environment, a conversational interface. There are others that you can find, such as inline chat or copilots. Really where the value lies. Yet, there's so much attention paid in contemporary discussions in the media, as well as particular cultural AI discussions among humanities scholars like ourselves, that I will argue myopically focus on the underlying language model and its capacities, and not, as my research is focused on, the interaction between users and the diverse interfaces available today. So what I'm going to be arguing in this talk is that the humanities are really quite crucial to build diverse interfaces for AI platforms to proliferate the possibilities for interaction with language models beyond the current suite that are available today. In so doing, literature, philosophy, history, anthropology can help press language models into the service of human needs. We can transform the bare language model underlying these platforms into what I call partners in conversation. And that's my contribution to a recent anthology that Patrick mentioned earlier, Anthropology and AI, in which I lay out how anthropology among the humanities is especially important to make AI platforms more responsive and responsible partners in conversation. I'm going to draw on my contributions to that chapter, or to that book, and proceed to trace of recent humanistic inquiry with AI systems. The first focuses on critique of AI platforms, especially that they are corrosive to real, genuine conversation, an ersatz interlocutor, if you will. The second focuses on the creative contributions to culture offered by AI platforms today. And after proceeding through those two waves of scholarship, I'll make some of my own arguments and conclude by showing that critique has its value, but the humanities ultimately, I believe, should be positioned where AI is actually being built. Literature, philosophy, history, even religious studies can shape the structure of conversation with an AI platform because conversation is the object of humanistic inquiry. That is what we are involved in with each other, is an ongoing conversation. What's really, I think, remarkable about AI platforms today is not the capacities of the underlying language model. I think I've made that clear right now. They're breathtaking, just what they can do. But what we're really living through, and what the focus of my research is, are two paradigm shifts underway in how humans interface with computers. The first paradigm shift is the transition from command-based interactions with computers to intention-based interactions with computers. So command-based interfaces were told what to do by typing command lines in DOS or Linux, or by clicking visual elements in Macintosh or Windows. Language models instead rely on intention-based interfaces that respond to prompts about what users want. So ever since 1973, when Xerox released the first graphic user interface, Alto, it gave us links, calls to action, drop-down windows, and icons that we would click on these finite, discrete visual elements. We're now moving into a paradigm of human-computer interaction with input fields with continuous voice or text exchanges that are empowered by natural language understanding. Now, the challenge with the new paradigm of intention-based computing is that articulating an intention is hardly innocent. In both natural conversation with humans, as well as artificial conversation with computers, communicating intentions unfolds as a delicate and protracted process. We express desires, we interpret each other's reactions, and with any luck, we arrive at mutual understanding. Conversation, after all, is fragile. It is subject to what the philosopher Stanley Cavell describes as the deceptions and temptations and dissatisfactions of the ordinary human effort to make oneself intelligible to oneself and to others. And so as a result, intention-based interaction is entwined with the imperfections of conversation. And that's why we don't express our intentions all at once with Chat, Claude, or Gemini. We iterate. And I'm quoting right now from Microsoft's Guidelines for Effective AI Interaction that prompting is an iterative process. Start with a prompt and then iterate and build on it to refine your results. We don't express and interpret intentions all in one go. This leads to a second paradigm shift underway, which is a shift in the nature of interface design. As the IBM Natural Conversation Framework from 2022 put it, we are moving toward a sequence in time which replaces the layout in space as the fundamental concept of interface design. I'm not simply rearranging visual elements on a page, I'm enabling back and forth exchanges, sequence between computer and human. Fields from the humanities, I want to suggest, can contribute to intention-based interaction and help us think through new possibilities for interface design, so long as we don't myopically focus on the language model itself and instead identify where our disciplines can fit in to the full stack of AI product development. And that's what I'm going to be talking about. Now, there have been two trends that we've seen in the past decade when it comes to humanists' contributions to discussions about the role of AI in society, in subjectivity, certainly in the classroom as well. I don't want to suggest that these are the only trends out there, but that they're the trends that concern the nature of language and conversation impacted by AI. There are other discussions that are ethical, economic, certainly environmental, the externalities of these platforms. I think those are meaningful contexts, but they fall outside the scope of my current work. In the first wave of humanists' engagement with AI, we find a critical attitude emblematized by Noam Chomsky, the famous linguist's critique in a 2023 New York Times op-ed, in which she argues that the human mind is not like ChatGPT and its ilk, a lumbering statistical engine for pattern matching, gorging on hundreds of terabytes of data, and extrapolating the most likely conversational response or most probable answer to a scientific question. This claim is that language models are false intelligence, or in the minds of, say, David Chalmers, the philosopher of mind, that they cannot achieve consciousness. Others through reasoning or creativity. Paul Koeckelman, an anthropologist whom I greatly respect at Yale, recently released a book, Mathematical Models of Meaning, a dynamic system approach to possible world semiotics, in which he argues that language models rely on word-to-word relationships rather than word-to-world relationships. And as a result of this, Koeckelman concludes that the key capacity of language models is their main limitation, worldlessness. Now, I think that's all fine and good if you treat the aspirations of an AI platform to be like a human in the first place. That strikes me as a bit question-begging because I don't know why it should be. What it certainly leads to is claims that we find quite frequently, such as language models just pattern match. They don't really understand. Language models have no ground truth. They hallucinate. Language models have no persistent self. They're stateless. Well, I don't know why they should have a persistent self in the first place. But ultimately, I think that these critiques sound something to me like saying that if we say that a language model doesn't achieve cognition, that's kind of like saying that, well, a car is uncomfortable to drive due to the engine alone. The language model is just one part of the AI platform. Identifying that model's limitations should be interpreted by humanists like ourselves as an opportunity to integrate more reasoning, more intelligent, more responsive aspects into the rest of the AI product development life cycle. After all, none of us interact directly with a language model. The point of human-computer interaction is to build interfaces that make those language models interactive in the diverse varieties that I shared at the beginning of this talk. Now, the second wave that I want to lay out moves beyond critique to suggest that AI platforms operationalize the creative capacities of language. Scholars have come to see that attempts to distinguish in some essential way between the real language of humans and the merely apparent language generated by language models is really of little value. And one principle among the humanities that is key to make this argument is the idea of the autonomy of the symbolic order. We can analyze cultural contributions apart from whatever might be their causes. This second wave liberates language from cognitions. In order to make that claim, the position holds that culture is autonomous or has a relative autonomy from humans' minds. In other words, you don't need to analyze language on account of the cognition that produces it. We can analyze language on account of its aesthetic qualities. That is, we can look at it as a poetic creation. Indeed, there's a long-standing tradition that language has as its generative element poiesis, coming from the ancient Greek poein, or to make, or create. It refers to the act of bringing something into existence that did not exist before. And we can therefore treat a language model's output as forms of poetry without referring it back to a mind, and therefore making arguments about the limitations of that poetic output, failing to accommodate whatever mental characteristics are lacking. There are a number of texts that have made this claim that generative AI's poetic function contributes to culture. The first that I found was Luciano Floridi in The Ethics of Artificial Intelligence from 2023, in which he argues for a divorce of agency and intelligence that AI platforms bring into the world. Priersima Visconti and Andrew McIntyre and Frédéric Rousseau the next year published Synthetic Socio-Technical Systems, in which they argue that AI systems are capable of creating new semantic artifacts that contribute to our collective knowledge, not necessarily on account of a human creator. Perhaps the most forceful argument along these lines comes in Leif Weatherby's really wonderful book that I encourage you to read, Language Machines, and he argues that AI does not simulate cognition, but rather creates culture. The generative AI captures the way in which language is first complex, creative, poetic, and only later referential, functional, and cognitive. Now, the poetic function of language is the creation of a thing that is neither object nor word alone. It is semantic innovation. And he calls, Weatherby does in his book, for a general poetics of computational cultural forms. Now, he also makes a very interesting argument that I want to reconstruct now against the first wave of humanist critique of AI platforms. Weatherby argues that the first wave, that people like Chomsky and Chalmers, whom I mentioned, and others, commit remainder humanism by clinging to a sentimental view of humans' inherent cognitive capacities. That is, a language model cannot achieve real understanding, real consciousness, real reasoning, because the real form of any of those three capacities is found in humans. And so you see this sort of whack-a-mole approach, according to Weatherby, whereby we define the human and our essential capacities negatively by way of contrast against what an AI platform cannot do. For Weatherby, this amounts to a defensive stance that defines the human by the negative space left by language models. It's really a very nice critique. At the center of his critique, whom he takes aim at more than Chomsky, more than Chalmers, are Emily Bender and Timnit Gebru. And they articulate, these two authors, what they call the symbol grounding problem. Text generated by a language model, I'm reading here, is not grounded in communicative intent, any model of the world, or any model of the reader's state of mind. A language model is a system for haphazardly stitching together sequences of linguistic forms. It is observed in its training data according to probabilistic information about how they combine without any reference to meaning, a stochastic parrot. Now, this accusation, a stochastic parrot, brings together the idea of stochasticity, that is, probabilistic patterns, with parroting, that is mere mimicking. In other words, there's no real meaning here. According to Weatherby, this is remainder humanism. But I interpret it differently, and so this is my criticism of Weatherby right now, is that for those of us who are building AI platforms, we read Temnik and Gebru as making a claim specifically about language models. And what I interpret them to mean is not simply language models' limitations, but also their call for epistemic responsibility across the full stack of AI product development. In other words, because language models are stochastic parrots, we need to build in meaning recognition and making capacities elsewhere in the AI product. What might that look like? It might look like this. And I have here's a layout right now of all of the layers involved in building an AI product at a company like Amazon right now. Let me take you through the three broad strata of this hierarchy. You have at the foundation the language model, which does the heavy lifting of vector embedding-based prediction. Above that, you have what we call the orchestration layer. Our knowledge and integration, as well as dialogue management, is what functions as the central nervous system of the AI application. It maintains conversation history, a shared context across multiple steps in a workflow, and also routing tasks to specialized models. That's what allows Claude, for example, to generate a web page for you, or a Word doc, or any other artifact that you might be able to download. This is the good stuff. This is where the humanities now can really contribute. This is the interaction layer of what users actually engage with on a laptop, a television, or a mobile device. And this is where the humanities, I'm going to be arguing for the rest of my talk, can contribute to AI product development, aligning values, modeling kinds of users. Above that, the frameworks for rule-based interactions. By that I mean, what can I say as input, and then the language model provide as output in a sequence over time, back and forth. And then ultimately, at the highest layer of the AI platform is the look and feel of the actual user interface. In order to make that possible, in order to make our contributions as humanists to AI product development realistic, we have to clear some groundwork first. And that means, I think, that we should move beyond the debates focus on language, as I laid them out in the first two waves of critique and contribution, and instead come back to what we're really good at, that is conversation. Now, language is, of course, involved in conversation, but conversation between humans involves dynamics that go above and beyond mere syntax and semantics. If syntax is concerned with the structure and form of sentences, as language models oftentimes are, semantics is the study of the literal meaning of linguistic expressions and the rules for mapping those statements to truth conditions. Where our contributions become meaningful in shaping conversational structures within AI platforms is in the pragmatics of language, the significance of shared presuppositions and contextual information when understanding the meaning communicated by speakers in a shared context. This is the focus of what I do as an applied anthropologist working at Amazon. So let me show you how I draw upon the humanities in my work at Amazon in order to help guide the conversational structure of products like Alexa. I want to offer it as inspiration for us to think about other ways in which the humanities might contribute from your own disciplines to building more effective, more productive partners in conversation. The first area that I find really productive is in the philosophy and microsociology of conversation. What is a conversation? Let's start there. A good conversation follows rules of back and forth dialogue. The process of conversation, unfolding as it does across turns, matters more, I'm suggesting, than a conversation's outcome. For the philosopher John Searle, a multi-turn conversation is engaging us in a rule-governed form of behavior, as he puts it. We follow those rules implicitly when they break down, sometimes explicitly. One person speaks at a time. The end of one term brings about the occasion for another person to speak. The rules of turn-taking. Conversation here is really a coordinated joint activity whose purpose is incrementally to arrive at mutual understanding rather than to transmit one-way information. Back in the 70s, there was a group of sociologists who founded conversation analysis: Harvey Sachs, Emanuel Shegloff, Gail Jefferson, and they wrote that for socially organized activities, the presence of turns suggests an economy, with turns for something being valued and the means for allocating them, which affect the relative distribution within that economy. And that is generally the sort of economy of day-to-day interaction that we follow through turn-taking, which allows for a conversation to take hold. The upshot of all of this, I take to mean that good conversation is an achievement. It's not at all given. Conversation can fall apart at any moment when interlocutors drone on, speak out of turn, or just simply get bored. There are no facts, whether in the world or in our minds, that can guarantee the successful transmission of meaning that ensure that a conversation is fruitful and desirable. And I think the humanities know this quite well, is just how fragile it is to converse with others. For Irving Goffman, a sociologist who I quite like, the presentation of selfhood in everyday dialogue suggests that conversations are held together by an enormous amount of tacit, fragile, what he calls interaction ritual. And the longer an exchange continues, the more opportunities arise for those rituals to break down or for the shared frame of the conversation to dissolve. So it's up to us, I think, as humanists, among other things, to ensure that conversational interfaces are guided in the right direction so as to encourage productive back and forth exchanges between computer and human. I think there's a very nice example of this. I'm sharing with you right now Dr. Cabot. It's a diagnostic AI application used for medical contexts. It performs clinical reasoning via differential diagnosis. Physicians will prompt the chatbot with a patient's history, physical exams, symptoms, and signs, and much like a clinician, Dr. Cabot collects the information, lists all possible diagnoses, what physicians call candidate conditions, narrows them down using tests, labs, and imaging. And what we're watching right now is a specific case of a 41-year-old woman who presented chest pain after a miscarriage. Cabot arrives at a working diagnosis of a spontaneous artery dissection, which caused a heart attack in the patient. Now, what's more important than the ultimate outcome of Dr. Cabot's reasoning here is the pathway, that is the process of interaction between physician and computer by which the two are partners in conversation. Cabot considers 8 differential diagnoses, including plaque-related acute coronary syndrome, stress, cardiomyopathy, and pulmonary embolism, which the platform progressively rules out. To put it as a physician from the University of California, San Francisco, Gurpreet Dhaliwal said, "Doctors are better off asking AI for help with wayfinding. Instead of asking what is sickening a patient, a doctor could ask a model to identify trends in the patient's trajectory, along with important details that the doctor might have missed. The model would not give the doctor orders to follow. Instead, it might alert her to a recent study, propose a helpful blood test, or unearth a lab result in a decades-old medical record. Again, the purpose of the conversation is its process here, not its final outcome. That's what I want to stress. Moreover, it's an example of a kind of conversation that was developed by researchers specifically with the context of medical information in mind. This kind of presentation is what you would see in a morbidity and mortality conference, grand rounds, perhaps a morning report for internal medicine. Contributing to these sorts of conversational interfaces is, I think, what we can do from the humanities. And to come back to a theme I continuously stress throughout this talk is that we can help guide conversations from otherwise crashing into the rocks of uncertainty, of pursuing the wayward directions that conversations actually tend to go in reality. And this is what has gone noticed among a number of AI scholars, is that much can go awry in conversation. Most conversations are not nearly as successful as Dr. Cabot's differential diagnosis of the patient that we just saw. Despite my sincere efforts at clear expression, my words might prove unsuitable or strike an awkward tone. My interlocutor could receive my speech in a state of distraction or suspicion. And that's not only the case with other humans, it's the case with an AI application as well. And this has become known in the literature as the hot mess theory of AI. A 2026 paper by Anthropic was titled "The Hot Mess of AI: How Does Misalignment Scale with Model Intelligence and Task Complexity?" And the authors contend that AI might not fail through systematic misalignment, but through incoherence, that is, unpredictable, self-undermining behavior. Many popular fears about superintelligent AI taking over the world rely on the assumption that as an AI platform is made more intelligent, it will also become more coherent, that is, it'll become more biased. But these authors argue the opposite, that more intelligence actually breeds more incoherence. The philosopher Nick Bostrom suggested this evil genius idea of a biased, coherent, apocalyptic scenario of an AI taking over the world in a 2003 thought experiment in which he asked us to, and I'm quoting now, "Suppose we have an AI whose only goal is to make as many paper clips as possible. The AI will realize quickly that it would be much better off if there were no humans, because humans might decide to switch it off. Because if humans do so, there will be fewer paper clips. Also, human bodies contain a lot of atoms that could be made into paper clips. The future that the AI would be trying to gear toward would be one in which there were a lot of paper clips, but no humans." That sounds frightening, but the hot mess theory holds that the opposite would be true. That AI would probably just get distracted and start making pictures of paper clips that it could play with in ways that I'm not going to discuss right now. The point is that the more turns in a conversation, the longer the conversation goes, according to this theory, the more likely that the AI application's errors result from variance rather than from bias. We encounter examples of more variance than bias, I think, in our everyday dealings with Claude, Chat, Gemini. Here are a few. There's error accumulation, where the platform treats its own previous outputs as ground truth without checking them, and therefore continues to rely on them. A second is contextual overlap, where similar terms appear in different contexts over long chats. You might call this semantic drift. There's also verbosity compensation. When AI models are uncertain, they tend to become more verbose, repeating questions or introducing ambiguity. I do this all the time when I don't know the answer to a question. The point is that longer conversations involve entropy. More back and forth turns in an exchange with an AI application tend toward incoherence and become, in the words of Yasha Sol Dickinson, who originally articulated this theory in 2023, the more intelligent an agent is, the less coherent its behavior tends to be. Getting smarter makes you a hotter mess. Now, I've spent a lot of my life with some really smart people, and one of the pleasures of working in a university, speaking to other professors, is that, I don't know about you, but I agree that a lot of smart people tend to be a hot mess. We didn't need Anthropic to tell us that. Instead, we can go to the history of humanities, and there are many places that we can look in order to find this idea. Let me share a few of my favorites with you. Sigmund Freud, I think, articulated quite nicely the entanglement of intelligence and neurosis. In his introductory lectures from 1917, he showed that a certain degree of inner conflict, that very thing that produces neurotic symptoms, is also what drives intellectual elaboration. The person who thinks deeply is often the person who cannot discharge his or her drives directly. Conversation exposes the neurotic's symptoms, and that's precisely why the intelligent neurotic gets on the couch, so the analyst can undergo a series of back and forth exchanges in order to expose the underlying neuroses. If you shift now into the world of literature, Julia Kristeva went a step further, suggesting that our selfhood amounts to what she calls a subject in process. In Revolution in Poetic Language of 1974, Kristeva argues that speech is never stable or unified, but is constitutively traversed by heterogeneous drives, unconscious forces, and competing textual voices. Another place you might go, especially to show that the mess gets hotter the longer the intellectual conversation is protracted over time, is Ludwig Wittgenstein. He showed us how messy language games are. For any of you who have read the Philosophical Investigations, it's a book about the philosophy of language that is full of wonderful examples of a teacher trying to educate a student about different rules, what Wittgenstein calls language games. And in most of these scenarios, the student proceeds quite nicely until all of a sudden an error occurs, and the teacher has to steer the student back on track. Much like misunderstanding might arise in a natural conversation, and it's then up to the speakers to re-articulate their intentions or re-seize the attention of our interlocutor. The point that Wittgenstein's making is that our language and the meaning we express is a human activity. There's no picture in our minds that we're conveying to one another, much less is there a mental fact that secures that I understand a word the same as my interlocutor understands a word. We're instead following a rule together. And following a rule together is a public act in a shared communal space. His point is also, as I read Wittgenstein, that the more turns in an interaction, the more likely errors are to result. And after all, that's what it means to follow a rule. We only follow a rule by demonstrating the instance of that rule with each turn. It's not something we simply do in our head. Those of us who teach students, I think, know this to be true. We follow rules together, and those rules are really quite fragile. They're what Wittgenstein calls our forms of life. Now, the tour of my favorite things from the history of the humanities that I've just offered you, Freud, Kristeva, Wittgenstein, I could go elsewhere, they diagnosed the problem about conversation quite well. Wittgenstein said that misunderstanding, that philosophical problems arise when language, as he put it, goes on holiday. But they also offer therapies, each one of them, for correcting those misunderstandings, for, as Wittgenstein put it, therapies to show the fly the way out of the fly bottle, to reorient wayward conversation back on the path of shared meaning and mutual understanding. That's where we can contribute to more responsive and responsible AI platforms. Now, by drawing these analogies between the history of the humanities and what's going on in the literature about the hot mess theory of AI, My point is not at all to suggest that natural conversation with humans on one hand and artificial conversations with AI on the other share the same generative mechanisms of incoherence. AI assistants hallucinate for technical reasons that are not at all shared with the human psyche in the case of Freud, or our community conventions in the sake of Wittgenstein. But I do want to suggest the point of making this analogy is that the humanities provide a richer descriptive vocabulary for the fragility of conversation, for what it takes within us to articulate an intention, for all of the work involved in successfully interpreting another and allowing a conversation to continue. And in fact, I find that descriptive vocabulary from our disciplines to be a lot richer than much of the technical AI safety literature and its preoccupation on value alignment. What's more, and this is where I'm going to conclude my talk, we can use this richer descriptive vocabulary from our disciplines to help guide the flow of back and forth conversations with user interfaces and help contribute to their designs. So if we return to the full product stack that I laid out earlier, I want to suggest some opportunities for our disciplines and our touchstone texts to contribute to the first layer, the user interaction layer. At Amazon, we have literature scholars on staff who are breaking down the content of prompts and the output of Alexa, analyzing its rhetorical qualities, namely the proportion of pathos, ethos, and logos, in order to make sure that an effective message is being delivered. When it comes to conversational design frameworks, I think it's important for us not only to be concerned about the meaning and tone of words, but also what our words bring about in the world as we interact with AI platforms. And that's where I think that speech act theory is really productive. And Jürgen Habermas's, rest in peace, theory of communicative action when it comes to the norms that enable productive conversation are very valuable to help guide the benchmarks we use for what counts as a good conversation. Anthropology is a world where I think the principles of thick description, as first Gilbert Ryle and then Clifford Geertz contributed, are important for laying out the kinds of users, use cases, scenarios and motivations for interacting with an AI that I think bring to life the circumstances that can otherwise be hidden to the eyes of engineers. Participant observation is a method that I, as a researcher at Amazon, use quite a bit in order to go into the homes, workplaces of AI users, sometimes even go shopping with them as well, so as to ensure that we're not just looking at log data, survey responses, but also the embedded in situ motivations and interactions of embodied human beings. So that conversation is fragile, that stating an intention is difficult, and as a result, might steer into stormy waters, does not at all mean that exchanges with AI platforms have to inevitably crash into the rocks. By pointing out throughout my talk the precarity of human conversation, my suggestion is that we can be here to save it. We can be here and contribute to AI platforms by offering resources for navigating the confusions that inevitably arise in conversation, by helping to correct the hot mess that I think is likely on the horizon with more AI platforms, and thereby chart a course of dialogue to find safe harbor with intention-based computer interfaces. I'm suggesting that we can proliferate the possibilities of what interaction between a human computer might look like, and I'm very much looking forward to how our conversation will now look like. Thank you very much.
you could go into a time machine and bring Sapir-Whorf back, what do you think they would say?
That's the
Particularly-
hypothesis that our words shape our, the words shape our perception of reality.
Well, our environments, environmental dimension of language and communication.
I think that's something that's really important for researchers to study in order to deliver those insights into AI product design.
Thank you.
What do you think we should do about the creativity aspect of AI and art, music? Should we morally continue to make AI more human-like voices, instruments, art, or should we make it so that we know that it is AI when we hear it or see it?
Let's say more about the concerns motivating this question about what you call the creativity aspect.
In the way that we're getting to the point now where you don't always know exactly what you're looking at. Is this a human brain behind
Yeah.
art, or is this?
No, I get that. And so why is it concerning to you that we be able to know? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is it important to be able to know whether the author of a work of art is human or artificial?
I don't know how I feel about it personally. I'm raising the question to you as a in that same realm as, is it concerning that AI be human-like in its creativity, or is it better that it be AI, that we know that it is AI when we look at it or hear it?
Yeah, I'm trying to apply some of the principles of education that I learned from the first talk today by asking you about your motivations. But on a less tongue-in-cheek remark, I will say that there are certain technical solutions to the problem of authentic authorship offered, say, by watermarks on AI creations. And that's very interesting. What I've tried to instead suggest in this talk is that the humanities already offer us resources to enable us to better make that distinction. I think that there's plenty that is artificial already in human conversation. When it comes to an interaction with other human beings, I'm oftentimes wondering, is this really your thought? Are you actually paying attention to me right now? Did you think of this or yourself, or are you plagiarizing somebody else and taking it as your own? The humanities offer us resources to navigate what I laid out in this talk as the uncertainties of conversation and the difficulties of expressing an intention. None of those resources are guaranteed to be effective. It's fragile all the way up and down, just the same as it's precarious whether a professor is going to get all of the students in his or her room to understand what's on the syllabus. But we develop techniques, we try, and I think a lot of those techniques we should, as researchers working in the AI space, observe humans already using and help integrate into AI development.
Aren't we all plagiarists from how you learn to speak? You plagiarize what you hear.
Sure.
You know, I mean, if we're going to cut it down to a logocentric language model.
I think your point, I mean, scholars in my space would call that mimesis. We're all mimetic creatures. We mime each other from the very beginning. It's just when the law and capital get involved, these things called rights and money tend to hold sway over our innate mimetic instincts.
Like somebody who works at Amazon.
I wanted to follow up. Thanks for a fantastic lecture, Larry. Lots to think about. But the question that just came up,
Sure.
that you pushed back on through a Socratic method, it struck me that you started your lecture by saying, you know, we tend to think about AI as human-like and judge it with reference to us, but then you go on to ask, why should we, right? It's a fair question. However, let's also be fair to how AI is approaching us, because it is by design emulating humanity, right? And so Sam Altman going out there saying, and you're ridiculing people, saying like, why all these people are putting in their personal information out there, but this is public information. I'm a private company. Why are they doing this? At the same time, he's making ChatGPT sound like a very caring, empathetic human being, right? For reasons that have nothing to do with empathy, but a lot to do with money, basically. It's a business, right? So maybe there is a question out there about how we and why we approach AI.
There's a very meaningful question, and forgive me if I trivialize the significance of that question. I wanted instead to insist that the answers are already there in the humanities. I think if you want to understand the motivations of somebody like Sam Altman, I mean, there's a great author from the 1850s you could read whose name happens to end with Marx. I think when it comes to the questions about discerning authorship in AI creations, there's a rich history in the humanities of perceiving what is false from what is real. We just watched a talk with a touchstone example about refraction and optics, where the teacher and the student are together looking at one of philosophers' favorite toy examples, the crooked stick in water, trying to determine why is my perception deceiving me. I think that it will be important for us to draw on those resources from the humanities in order to incubate forms of connoisseurship that we already use on the internet and that I already have to share with my parents when they call me and say, this Nigerian prince who just sent me an email, like, is he really going to write me into his will? I think every generation faces these questions about authenticity, and I absolutely agree. Those questions are hyper-caffeinated with a certain urgency right now that might not be easy to solve, but one place to look for solutions is from our disciplines.
Thanks.
First of all, thank you for coming in and talking. I think as academics, we tend to be kind of anti-AI, so you definitely given us some interesting things to think about,
Sure.
Especially me. Now, I didn't understand everything you were talking about. I think at one point you were talking about how culture and specific articles of culture, like books and paintings and whatnot, are kind of, we don't need to look at them through the lens of the humans that made them, right, or humanity.
Sure.
Which I think is partially true, but I think there are certain, I think for a lot of culture, we can only get as much out of it as we can if we look at it through humanity. One instance, the Bible, as you read the Bible, there are a lot of things they kind of just like glaze over, but if you know the historical context of the people writing the Bible, you actually get so much more out of it. I think in that sense, culture often isn't divorced from humanity, right? It's both as a collective and as individual humans, they're connected. How does that play into the things you're talking about, like kind of the second half of your lecture as well?
Yeah, you're offering one voice in a conversation. That's what the humanities are. Each of our disciplines contribute a tone, tenor, and timbre to a conversation that we're all involved in. You can look at the greatest bestseller in Western civilization, the Bible, as a historian might, and understand it as the creation of the humans who lived 2,000 years ago. You could look at it as a literary critic might and understand the forms of semantic forms involved in it. You might look at it as a philosopher might and engage with the metaphysical problems in it. These are all different approaches, none of which I want to suggest has an inherent priority. That would be reductive. The thesis I've been trying to deliver throughout is that we can draw on the conversations that we're already doing in the humanities to make conversations with AI platforms even better.
Thank you.
Thanks for a great talk. To continue the thread from the gentleman in the back and Patrick, I'm thinking about this tension between the difference in the way that AI expresses, enacts intelligence and the way that we enact intelligence. And then it's almost like your job and other people's job is to be a kind of like cultural ambassador to aliens that have landed on planet Earth. And these aliens are here and they evolved over millions of years in a different galaxy, and who knows how their brains work or if they have brains.
Is Sam Altman the alien? Or the professor the alien?
The machines are.
The machines are, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, Altman might be, but the machines definitely are. And,
Yes.
there's a common analogy is encapsulated in the title of a talk that I read called Aeroplanes Also Fly. So we try to make planes like birds. If you see it's early like flapping wing kind of thing, and that did not work at all. And so then we went to fixed wings and we figured out how to make that work. So I've read that as a common comparison between like artificial neural networks and biological neural networks. The artificial ones don't work like ours do, but they work. And so that's the alien nature of this artificial intelligence. And then we're trying to close the gap so that they can interact with humans. And I loved that slide of these different layers that you had. And so to kind of continue this earlier thread, it does feel like we run into some risks as we get really, really good at this ambassadorship of making the alien intelligent.
Yeah.
Seem very, very human. And like sometimes the chat bots will remind you, like, remember, I'm not a person. I'm just here to be helpful. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on how like you and your job and people in similar positions, which are super important, how you can continue this ambassadorship, but can there, like with subtle reminders from time to time of what's actually under the hood?
Yeah.
I don't really have a great question here, but you get the drift.
You've got it's a good enough gist.
Yeah.
That the spirit that's in you is moving me as well. I like how you put it, ambassadorship. Scientists would call it bringing those alien AIs into alignment with humans. And there are risks that ensue, risks of anthropomorphism, perhaps when I treat the AI platform as if it were a human, risks of authority when, especially in medical and therapeutic contexts, I attribute too much knowledge and do silly things to my body that I should probably only allow an actual physician to tell me to do. Those are real risks. And as a researcher working in this space, I really try to align our work around the relationship between a human and a computer, focusing on that interstice. And what is in that space between us is making the tool useful. It is not my goal to make the tool more human. Making a tool more useful in a lot of spaces might mean, say you're a surgeon, making that tool easier to grip, more responsive to my body's commands. Classically, making a computer more useful means laying out the visual elements in an intuitive way. So much of that usefulness grew out of, say, the Air Force, where researchers like myself were originally deployed in order to arrange the dials and levers in a cockpit in order to make them more useful. At no moment of those examples that I shared with you was there risk of making the tools more human. And I think it's important for us to focus our research on the usefulness of our relationship with tools. And oftentimes that could mean subduing any appearance of them being humans.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, what's so weird about this is that it seems like we're dealing with a tool where, in many cases, to make it more useful is to make it more human. So I'm thinking about like a therapist bot or something.
Right.
Where if it sounds too alien, then I'm not gonna relax. I'm not gonna open up to it. And so maybe that's where it gets the trickiest, is where the usefulness is precisely in the mimicry of the humanity.
Yeah, I really believe that the Sam Altmans of the world are just trying to make more money by focusing on language models' hyper-intelligent capacities. And that's why I instead try to shift the focus to the big shift that we're undergoing right now, being less so that intelligence and more so a shift in how we are relating to computer tools.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed your talk. And I just wanted to hear you talk about maybe since you have Aristotle on your list of authors that we should consider in these three initial layers of AI design. And as a medievalist, I was quite struck by your use of poiesis and thinking about poiesis in this space. It's very compelling. But in thinking about both the talks together, we have an AI system's ability to develop a highly personalized form of education, which really reinforces post-18th century notions of the individual.
Yes.
Whereas maybe in your 20th century, largely 20th century authors would reinforce that maybe more so than Aristotle and earlier, different notions of communal ownership of cultural systems, where there is not this post-18th century notion of an individual existing in the same way. So where do you see, I mean, we could reinforce to people the sense that they are completely unique and contained and have a consciousness, or how will the role of the humanities in AI design potentially allow for other?
Do you have graduate students?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a real big opportunity, encouraging them to continue doing the important work they're doing in medieval studies, whether that's through philosophy, literature. I don't know what department are you in?
English.
English, great. So to continue to do their heads down literary scholarship as medievalists, but also to think about how they might translate their readings, theories, and insights into frameworks, models, toolkits that could get them jobs to help bring those insights in to companies. Because I absolutely agree that the medieval era is just pregnant with ideas that can be put to use as correctives to the hyper-individualism of my sources and my own graduate training. And I'd love to continue this conversation. One of the scholars whom I mentioned, Leif Weatherby, he's a medievalist working in the German Studies Department at NYU, and that's why he draws on poiesis in order to make his claim.
They're everywhere. We're everywhere.
Yeah, I learned in my work as a historian, I was always in awe of the medievalists. They struck me as like the logicians of history, because they're really entering a weird, alienating space of the past.
My father was an ambassador.
Okay.
And I really like the idea of the ambassadorship, because there are two things that all ambassadors do, and they apply right here. First is they do the day-to-day business of interactions between two countries, which is what you've been talking about today and our other speakers have.
Sure.
But the second job which ties to your point, is that ambassador has to explain to the country they're assigned to what America's about, what our culture is, why we have what we have. And that informs the other country about how to deal with us. Whether it applies to politics, everything else, culture, music, and so on. This is a role that I believe, as a historian looking at the history of information, I look at AI, and one of the big issues on the table that I see is that the AI community, you guys and others, is to explain to the rest of the world what's going on, how it works, defend yourself, criticize yourselves. But the point is, you've got to educate us. That's the second piece.
Sure.
And by educating us, then you have the conversation which says, I love what you're doing, but Alexa's got to do something else as well, or whatever, you know, the issue is of the day.
And say more, what do you think we should be educating you about?
Well, one of the concerns I have right now, as a general statement, and I'll talk a little bit about this afternoon, is the fact that everybody's freaking out over AI. There's a lot of noise out there about it. There's a lot of negativism as well. The positives don't get explained as much. And oh, by the way, AI is not going to go away.
Yeah.
AI is going to, I don't know where it's going to end up, but I don't care. At this point, I just know that it's going to be a bigger deal. So when I sit down with my grandsons and I explain about AI, it's because it's going to be a big deal in their lifetime.
Yep.
Probably not in mine because of my age. So it's educating ourselves, it's engaging us in conversation, it's recognizing and persuading the rest of the world that AI is a big deal and we can make it positive because, by the way, every other IT that came along prior to that eventually turned out to be positive after everybody went through the freaking out phase.
Sure. And every good IT, I do believe, should educate its user.
Thank you.
I mean, and that's part of what I described earlier as effective tool design. I should be able to pick up a hammer and see from its shape how to use the hammer. There was a time when Windows was first released to the public in the early 1990s, and it came with an encyclopedia-thick instruction manual, which just seems absurd to us now, because we have an idea of effective user interface design where the product, through its progressive use, should educate the user, at least about how to use it. You're touching on a very valid point, which is the education about the social consequences and externalities of these platforms, and especially of these companies. I agree, a lot of education is in store. I don't trust a lot of the companies to deliver that education
Agreed with that too.
Yeah, I think that's the role of civil society. I think that's the role of good humanities scholars doing the work of critique that I laid out, although I was critical of that, what I described as the first phase of critique. It has its place. It has its place in understanding the social position and downstream consequences, as well as who benefits from these platforms. But if I may make a final point, I don't think we need to be educated about the inner workings of an AI platform.
Thank you. I don't want to hear about that either.
I don't need to know how a combustion engine works in order to drive a car.
Do you know of any AI organizations, or maybe Amazon working with the primate languages? I mean,
Yeah, that'd be a cool area, doing primatology.
You know, giving the tool to
Yeah, like some
manage
Jane Goodall
chimpanzees
society.
and just seeing.
I mean, that would be, I don't know, it's something that I would love to look up.
It's with utmost, I'm summoning all the self-control I have in order to break up this discussion and invite everybody for lunch in the lobby.
Right.
But before we go out and eat, for which we have 45 minutes, before we come back for Jim Cortada's talk, let's thank Larry for an amazing talk and discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back, or welcome. We appreciate you being here. We've had great conversations so far. Our next speaker today is Dr. James Cortada, who is a senior fellow at the Charles Babbage Institute, University of Minnesota. He spent 4 decades in the IT industry. He's somebody who actually is crossing over back and forth, multiple spaces here as well. 4 decades in the IT industry, 4 decades at IBM in executive positions. He's also a historian by training and a prolific writer. In fact, you can purchase some of his books just at the entrance of this room. And on this note, the topic of the lecture is artificial intelligence and the historian, tool, crutch, or frenemy, as you can see here. Jim, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm here, hopefully, to deliver a good piece of news. Historians and people in the humanities are not going to go hungry over the next 50 years. Why do I say that? Because we all see the conversations in the higher ed newspapers and on television and what have you. Can you still hear me on this? Okay. This morning you heard a couple of speakers talk about how the humanities interact at a pretty low level with AI. As a historian, I can tell you that AI continues a process that has been going on for some time. AI has been around in one form or another for 75 years. It's just the current round of it is only been around for 10, 15 years, and you've only heard about it over the last 2, 3 years. And we'll talk a little bit about that. But before I get started, how many of you are actually history majors or historians? Just a little show of hands. And everybody else is in the humanities? Yes? Okay. I see no difference between the humanities and history. Now, when I got this assignment, it was talk to a room full of historians, but I can't differentiate between people who are in the humanities, people who are historians, and people, thoughtful people in business and in government that think in terms of time. What has come before, what is going on now, and how does it fit into the future? So if you think of it that way, what we're going to do this afternoon is raise the level of the conversation from the mechanicals of how to have conversations with AI and human beings to a little bit higher level. But we can dip down, if we have to do that. All right. So the essential question for all of us is, what's AI going to do to our jobs? What's going to happen? And oftentimes it's characterized as an either or. We're going to go the old school. By the way, that is not a picture of my office. Or AI is going to take over everything. Well, as you learned this morning, and as you probably already knew before coming here, that ain't the case. That's not what's going to happen. But it is a conversation that is legitimate in the sense of saying, where's this all going, and how much do I keep of the old, and how do I transition, and then when do I know that I'm at the other place? All right. It's a broader one. If you're a PhD student, and you're going, oh my goodness, there are no tenure track positions, and I've been trained to be a tenure track position professor. What am I going to do for a living? I'm going to go hungry. Well, it turns out about a third of all the PhDs produced in the humanities in the United States don't wind up doing anything in academia. They go into publishing, or they go to work for IBM, right here. A variety of professions. Now, this is a bit of an eye chart. The whole purpose of putting this chart up here isn't to give you the detail, but just simply to explain to you that there are a diversity of jobs that you can get into, diversity of careers where you can apply what you've learned in the humanities. I think we're posting this presentation somewhere, right? Perfect. So then you can see if you want to get down into the gory details of what different careers there are. But my point to you is that you have universal skills that are applicable successfully in a broad range of jobs. It's no accident that Churchill sat around and read a lot of history before he decided to be one of the most important politicians of the 20th century. The point is, you learn from that, right? You learn from history. And I've met hundreds of people in my career at IBM and in government and in other companies who majored in English and sociology, anthropology, and history, and what have you, different periods and so on. It didn't really matter what they were successful and happy. In fact, I'm not sure I ever met one that wasn't happy. And by the way, at the end of your life, when you're my age, you will want to have been happy. That's kind of one of the things that doesn't change from one century to the next. You're going to want to end up life having been appreciated and happy and get fed 2 or 3 times a day and do meaningful work. Your skill set prepares you to do that. You increase the odds that you're going to do that. All right. Some more data, because we live in a data-driven world. Again, the whole purpose here is to simply reinforce the notion that people in the humanities, history, whatever, find employment in a whole different set of fields. And you can go out to government reports, whether in the United States or in Europe, and find out which industries are hiring, what kind of companies are in those, and you can ride the wave of any industry that is growing very nicely, and you get to apply your skill set, okay? That's the primary purpose of just demonstrating that kind of information is out there. And you can also look and say, well, you know, I really want to get into XYZ industry, and you go, oh, well, I guess mining isn't such a hot industry. Why? Because they've got robots down underground doing all the digging, so you don't need any people down there. You still need gold, silver, and so on. All right. But we're still trying to define AI. You saw that this morning, right? Now, I don't want to give you a lecture on AI, but I do want to point out something that's very, very important, and that is AI isn't one thing. AI is a variety of technologies. This happens to be today's general list. I guarantee you this chart will be out of date in 6 months. There'll probably be a 5th one or a 6th one. I don't know what it is. I don't care, because I can handle ambiguity. You know how to handle ambiguity. That's what you get trained on. You might as well recognize that that's what you do. You do it all the time. You look at this chart in 6 months from now, you'd be the one with a different chart. There we go. Yeah. So, and these are in various stages of development. So, for example, predictive AI. The reason why everybody wants predictive AI is because they want a better weather report than they have today. They want to forecast who's going to win the next election. How much money is my company going to make if I do X, Y, and Z? And by the way, it's the least productive right now. It's the least effective of these. On the other hand, generative and large language models, rocking and rolling. Everybody's using it. Grandkids are using it. I'm having to teach them how to chill out, make sure that this is real, this is a tool, and so on and so forth. So these are various stages of development. You saw some of the commentary this morning about that. And you're going to continue to see that in the years to come. All right. So you have a decision as adults. Is AI a crutch, or is it a tool? Is the glass half empty, the glass half full? Do you teach your children to be positive and enthusiastic about the world, or to complain about it? It's that kind of a question. It's as much a philosophical one as it is family values one. It's however you were raised. These are the kinds of questions that you have to ask yourself. And by the way, it's a short list, because There are others, because each of us has a different point. What I would suggest to you is that you decide whether it's one or the other, and then act accordingly. I personally see it as a tool, but I'm prejudiced. I'm biased in favor of using technology, because I just spent 40 years doing that. And so, you know, if somebody comes out with a better hammer, I'm going to use it if it's appropriate for what I'm doing. You know, if I'm putting a nail in somewhere, I want a better hammer. And so somebody comes along with an express gun for shooting bullets, nails to a board, I'm probably going to use that. So you have to, one of the things I would suggest to you is that you really want to think through the role that AI and other forms of software should be used, and not just simply absorb them. The thing that used to drive me nuts is somebody would come into my office, 25-year-old with an Excel spreadsheet, and show me what cash flows were going to be for a new proposed set of business that we were going to do over the next 5 years. I'd look at that and go, really? It doesn't feel right, you know? Can we goose that up a little bit? Maybe tell me how many companies you surveyed and what the product prices are going to be. You know, rerun the spreadsheet. Come back and say, oh, it's only 80% of what I told you yesterday, right? But they might have accepted it and just said, whatever poops out, that's what they're going to put in front of Jim Cortada. And I look at it and go, well, you know, I'd really like to be one of these. So show me your formula. So they pop up the formula and say, oh, man, you can't even get the math right. So ponder this list and think about it in your own life. All right. So where are we with this thing? Let me put my historian hat on. IT's been around for well over 75 years. Let's begin with that fact. It goes through various stages of development. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And in every case, the hype comes before the product. I used to have a running joke at IBM that whenever the marketing people would get up there and say, hey, relational databases are the hot new thing, and you say, where's the software? Well, it's under development. I'd look at my watch and say, it's 4.5 years before get in front of a customer with this. Now, with every generation of new software or hardware, you have a base of knowledge already there, so the next generation comes along faster. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So with AI, when our colleagues at Anthropic or Amazon or anywhere stands up and talks to you, they're standing on the shoulders of people who've been working on this stuff for 75 to 100 years. And every generation knows stuff a little bit better, and every new thing that comes along is based in part on prior materials, and that's why the thing builds a lot faster. Now you can go through the list, and there's some basic behaviors that are going on. You read in the newspapers today that data centers are huge, they're sucking up entire rivers and electrical grids, and so whole communities are voting against them and so on. Okay, so there's this concept, Jevons paradox, that says, and this is applied since the invention of steam engines, is that when there's demand for something, the costs go up for a while. Everybody says it's too expensive, so innovators come in and they drive the cost down. And then everybody says, well, now I can afford to use this. And then costs perhaps go up, but they go up proportional to the new technology. Mainframes cost millions of dollars, and then somebody invented the PC, and it cost hundreds of dollars. So you can just see, you know, and there's more computing on my PC on my desk than the first $1 million computer I sold years earlier. So you can just see the same thing. It's going to happen to AI because we want AI, but we're not going to allow it to suck up all our rivers and electricity. So already people are inventing different ways of doing it, and you got Elon Musk saying, well, let's just put the data centers on the moon or something, but okay. But the point is, you can see that process is starting. So anticipate it's going to happen. And all the experts will tell you, and you heard it today, we're in the early stages. I have no idea where it's going to go, but we're clearly in the early stages of it. So how long is it going to take? Everybody wants to know that. I would say it's impossible to to innovate with a forecast. You try, because we have to set up budgets. At Amazon, he gets a budget and a certain head count and got to produce a certain amount of stuff in a certain period of time because Amazon employees like to have 2 or 3 meals a day, right? 3? Okay. So, but it's tracking along some lines. Typically, with all computer technologies, you can see they go through a standard curve: launch, growth, maturity, and decline. And depending on which technology, they may take 10 years, 15 years, and so on. And these vary. But this is a kind of nice mental model that gets used by technologists to ascertain what stage they're at. I would venture to say that we're somewhere here in AI. And if you had to throw a number at it, I'd say that AI gets to somewhere in here by the end of the year. Already we see statistics that say 40% of the American public has used AI. I would venture to say, I would venture to say that that number is probably inaccurate because there are probably another 20% that are using AI and don't know it. You know, just go Google something. Look what's happened to Google just in the last year. So if 80% of the adults use Google, then 80% of the public has used AI. You know, so it depends on definition. But the point is, it's moving rapidly. And if I had to bet money, I'd say that 60, 70% of the public will be proactively using AI. Instead of in 8 to 10 years, they'll do it in 3 to 5 years. Why? Because they already know how to use PCs, they already understand the concept of smartphones, they already understand the idea of going out and Googling stuff, and their kids are already writing their term papers in high school using the stuff. So already there's a societal embrace of these technologies because they make sense. So one of the challenges more is like what we were talking about this morning about how best to use it. So it's going very rapidly. And so most of you are going to spend your life in this side of the thing because the technology never goes away. I mean, you can still, if you want to vote in the state of Florida, you're still using punch cards. Punch cards were invented in the 1880s. So some things just don't go away. All right. So what happens is that change with technology and also with AI is never a revolution. It's an evolution. I told you earlier that AI has been around since the early 1950s. Computers have been around for 75 years. PCs, what, 40 years now? 40, 50 years. So, yeah, and smartphones since 2007. The way change occurs, somebody comes up with a change, and they implement it. But only that change. And then that alters the way they do their work, whatever, so they do another change. Because they've learned some things here. Oh, this isn't good, or this is bad, or this is whatever. They alter, and they make another change. And that change is actually more important than the first one. And I said, well, that worked. So you do another one, and another one, another one. And that's how AI is coming about, just like other forms of software and use. If you go to a Ford Motor Company and get a tour of the factory, and the GM says, oh, you know, 20 years ago, we screwed on all the bolts on the car, and today we have robots doing it. We made a revolution. He's lying to you. they made an evolution. They made hundreds of little decisions every 6 months to tune something, tweak something. And sure enough, now you got robots putting cars together. That's the way all software gets done. Why? Because you don't want risk. You don't know what the unknown is, so you incrementally do what makes sense. You experiment, you keep your costs down, your risk to your career down. You still got to get your book out if you're a professor. So whatever, you're going to do it incrementally to be safe. But that's how it gets done, and it works. All right. This is the official gospel, according to the American Historical Association. All the disciplines are putting out statements about how one should look at AI. I want you to read this one. Historians will find distinctive ways to work with generative AI. The need for history and history education will not disappear. Okay, every discipline says that. And oh, by the way, I believe it. I don't think history is going to go away. Yeah, it's too valuable. Generative AI may increase the demand for historian-specific skills, blah, 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 but the ability to act is, as subject matter experts, we undertake extensive research, synthesize complex secondary literature, and look for biases, inaccuracies, and so on and so forth. Those are human activities. Now, will AI address every one of those? Absolutely, it's going to address it in one fashion or another. Why? Because we're humans, and we love when stuff is anthropomorphic. That's a fancy word, but it's a precise word. It says, I want it to be like me. That's why we have this arrogant term that we use, artificial intelligence. What makes artificial intelligence artificial? Because it's not ours. You know, it's not me. But it is, at the end of the day, intelligence. And the philosophers will jump in at some point and declare that to be the case. Probably not today. But the point is, we're all into human stuff, anthropomorphic. And that's what this could be applied to any one of the humanities as well. There are anthropomorphic things that we do today that a computer cannot do. Now, that'll change. And oh, by the way, guess what you got taught? You got taught this whole concept of ambiguity. You got to roll with the punches. So as the stuff changes, you don't freak out. What you do is you begin to take in what is the change, and that's what this statement is about. My guess is that I'm talking to the AHA people who actually wrote this, they're probably going to have to rewrite it in 2-3 years, as will every discipline, right, in their own nomenclature. Okay, implications for all humanities, not just historians. If you're, and this is just Jim Cortana, if you're over 60 years of age, you may escape a lot of the AI influences, but not all. Here's the problem. In my experience and my research, that it takes about 10 years when a new technology comes out for you to master it enough where you can not only use it effectively, but also drive its direction. So if you're 60 years old and you're going to retire at 70, you're probably better off knowing just enough to get to 70, and that's what the strategy is going to be. But on the other hand, if you're 30 years old, you better learn a lot about AI, because that is going to shape your life. It's why I tell my grandsons, go ahead and use AI. Let me show you how to use PCs and so on. Don't freak out when your parents go crazy because you're on the phone. I agree with them that you spend too much time on your phone, but here's how to use the phone properly, okay? So you got an age issue. Let's be realistic. I'm 79 years old. Do you think I'm going to master whatever he comes up with at Amazon in time? Probably not, If you are younger, obviously it's going to affect everything you do. So that's an implication for you. This I think you already know, but let's just accept it. And it's got to cut across all human activity. If you're just starting your career, it's already affecting your work. That's why you're in this room today. You didn't come here because I'm a fantastic-looking 79-year-old. You came here because of that's affecting you already. You know, you're there. It's going to get more sophisticated. You saw, my head hurt this morning when I was hearing about conversation and Socrates. And I'm going, oh my God, you know, this is, but that's the reality of the thing. So it's going to become more sophisticated. There are too many smart people working on it, and it just makes so much sense to use. And we're basically all lazy, so you know, if we can get some tools that work better, I'd rather hammer a nail in with a hammer than a rock, you know, so that's what's coming. And it'll become less frightening, more of a tool than a crutch. In part because you can make money selling AI. So why wouldn't you do it? God, I love capitalism, you know? It helps. But everyone will simply be more compelled to do it and to know more about it. And it'll become seamless, just like you had to learn English if you're going to live in the United States. Polish if you live in Poland, or Holland, well, Holland, they speak 6 languages. So. Dutch. Along with all these other languages. All right. So here's a pattern that applies and is applying right now. About 10% of all users of a technology are early adopters. The concept is very simple. There's always somebody in your neighborhood who's going to be the first one to use a PC or a smartphone. And then they're going to love it. They're going to deal with the problems, and then they're going to run down the street and explain to everybody else how cool their little cell phone is, and then everybody gets a cell phone, they come down to see him to learn how to use it. So early adopters are extraordinarily important. You cannot launch any type of technology, I don't care whether it's IT or any other, without having early adopters. And a lot of early adopters fail, but most don't. They succeed because they cause the developers of the product to make it easier at a very tactical level, specific functions and so on. If you don't like something in Microsoft Word, early adopters would tell Microsoft Word, I don't like this particular function, and they go fix it. And then what happens is the followers come along. Now, if you're a corporation, followers tend to apply applications 2, 3, 4 years later, but they do it faster, and it's a better quality product than what the early adopters did. So God bless the early adopters. They're good people. They took the arrows. But this is what happens. And I'm already seeing this with AI. We got early adopters all over the place. And we're not here yet, but we're getting pretty close. Students, I think, are getting here faster, but not their parents if they're corporate managers or in government. They're not going as fast. But that's the pattern. You can take that to the bank. It's going to apply here because there's no reason why it shouldn't. It's a proven technique. It's worked for over 200 years, so why won't it, okay? So then the question becomes, all right, that's nice. What about my job as a historian or somebody in the humanities? Clearly, what you folks have as your coin of the realm is context. You don't just react to something. You do research on the background. As a business person, I never called on a customer without knowing a little bit about the history of the company that I was calling on, history of that individual, history of his or her relationship with IBM. So, because that would tell me everything I need to know to prepare for a meeting. Governments do this all the time. Diplomats are, by nature, historians. They want to know what the previous whatever was going on before they go negotiate a peace treaty or like what's going on right now. There are people in the U.S. State Department that have been studying Iranian history for 20, 30 years, and they're trying to tell the Secretary of State or whoever, the president, here's 47-year history and so on. This is what you do. This is what you're very good at. And you can take the example of explaining the American immigrant experience is one where immigrants have come to the United States, and then they would tell their brethren to come over, and then the brethren would come over and they would learn from the earlier generation what worked and didn't work in New York or Boston or wherever they were, and what businesses to get into and the kind of education you needed, because they needed to understand the context in order to be successful. Oh, by the way, a little punchline for you. Economists have determined that every generation and every ethnic group that came into the United States ended up being successful. First generation didn't get paid well. The second generation universally made it into the middle class, and the third generation are running all the software companies in California. Okay. So context is very important. So how can you enhance your work? You look at patterns. You know how to connect the dots. You know, oh, steam engines did the same thing as computers. Railroads did the same thing as airplanes. They're connections, they're dots, they're patterns of behavior. I just demonstrated with the previous several slides a pattern, real simple. You know how to do that. My advice to you is know that you know how to do that. Know that the coin in the realm for you is context. Be aware of it. Be conscious of it. Do the same thing with patterns. Look for patterns. Don't just accidentally do it because you got taught to do that by your professors. Do it because you say, that's one of my human competitive skills in the humanities, is go find patterns. And so you can go, that's just one simple example. So you can do it in just about anything that you study. Okay, let's continue. How can you protect yourself from problems? Bad facts, conclusions, hallucinations, false narratives in the newspapers. You know how to do that. We'll all complain about it. You know, look at all this misinformation we get and all the stuff we're finding on Facebook and TikTok or whatever. The point is, you know how to protect yourself. You know how to differentiate between fake news, fake facts. You look at a manuscript, an archive, and you say, well, why was it written? What was the purpose of this letter or document? Don't leave it up to the medievalists to be the only ones to do it. Archival research is a lot of fun. But that's what you do. And so you can begin to ask questions. So context, pattern, protect yourself from false information. You know how to do that. AI will help you do that. It's already doing that. And by the way, you already know that the vast majority of information in the world is not digital. Think of all the archives. You know, the Google project to digitize everything didn't work. It's just too much out there. You know, there were 1 million different books that were published just in the first 100 years of the invention of the printing press. And you think we have an information explosion today? You know? So, there you go. So what should you do? You're already doing the first one. Play around with the technology. Apply these. Apply it to your real work and your real interests. Begin to play around with it. Number 2, as it evolves, integrate it more into the work that you do. So you want to talk about conversation issues. Well, okay, so as conversation issues get resolved in a way that is amenable to everybody in the room use it more, right? Yeah. And you'll learn if you play around with it. So you can integrate it in your work. Find new uses. I showed you a chart before how people make one little decision and then one change and then they make another one and then another. That's the real world. And so you come up with new uses. You'll see this a lot in government and in the private sector where people will do that. Find specific applications. In time, you're going to be able to buy software that's sold to you as an AI-based piece of education code. You don't see that today that much, but you will in time say, well, this is actually an AI piece of code, and it actually will be AI-driven as opposed to being called that after you get past the hype, right? So you'll be able to get specific applications. Keep up to date. I must read 1 or 2 articles about AI every morning that come into my mailbox, and that's just a tip of the iceberg. But I'm looking for trends, context. I care less about the food fights among the AI companies trying to get dominance and so on, because that's hype and noise and so on. But you got to start doing that if you're not on a regular basis. And think about what other ideas you can suggest for doing this. So you begin to integrate it into your life. A couple of personal thoughts. It feels like you're having to absorb it pretty quickly, and you're absorbing this quicker than you did your smartphone or your PC, or me, my green screen dumb terminals in the 1970s, but it's incremental. Now, the incrementalism is faster. I can't apologize for that. You can blame the technologists for doing stuff faster, but it is incremental. Historical perspective will calm your nerves down and enrich your experience and cause you to apply it in ways that make sense. It'll also alter your sense of context for things, so accept that. You already know how to do that. Pay more attention to the value and use of tacit knowledge. Just as a reminder, the difference between explicit and tacit knowledge. Explicit knowledge is, my name is Jim Cortado, I was born on September 7th. I put that on a piece of paper and transfer it over to this gentleman here. He knows exactly what I just said. Tacit knowledge is drawn from experience. You cannot write a book, or even an AI system to teach you how to ride a bike or hit a home run. It ain't gonna happen. You know, it's just, you got to experience it. And you've all learned how to ride a bicycle, so you understand what I'm saying. Most knowledge that you have in your head, according to the brain scientists, is tacit knowledge. You don't even know you have it until all of a sudden you got to use it. And then, oh yeah, that doesn't feel right. You know, I think I'm going to do something different. You know, it's, or I don't know, she strikes me as, I got a good feeling about you. And I can't articulate it. That's tacit knowledge. That's because the vast majority of what you have. So you are not going to be replaced by a smart robot anytime soon. Okay. Now think about this for a second. It's well understood. They all concentrate on internal processes. These are what businesses do. They want to incrementally improve things. They're interested in hiring people who can navigate with other folks in organizations. Want to manage risks. Okay. That's your value add as humanists. Just stare at that, because I think this is, it's important to know this is how organizations acquire AI, despite all the noise you hear. At the end of the day, when you're in a conference room and you got a salesman looking at the chief financial officer of the company wants to spend millions of dollars on something, these are the kinds of issues and behaviors that you see. This is very relaxed, very calm, very mature, very wise, and very effective. So when you hear all the screaming and yelling in the media, remember this chart. And to the extent that you can contribute to that, you increase the odds of having 3 meals a day. So what I'm saying is this is the old way we used to do stuff. You add this, and that's your future. Whether you're a historian or a humanist. And by the way, I'm living proof that it works, because I'm here And I just live your next 50 years, because certain things aren't going to change in your life. One is you're probably going to fall in love. Some of you are going to have kids. You're all going to have jobs. You're all going to have careers. You're all going to be looking for happiness and success. You're also going to experience wars, economic recessions, bad weather, and some turkey relatives. These are realities that are not going to change for you over the next 50 years. And everything I told you here is more or less what you're going to experience as well. And so I want to end my comments by saying you are probably as well prepared as any other set of disciplines to deal with the realities of AI. Let me just stop there and have you yell back at me if I got something wrong.
We have a few minutes for Q&A.
Thank you for the great talk, really informative and useful. I'm a professor here at UT. I teach Russian literature. Lately, I've been trying to add AI components to some assignments, having students use it, researching different questions. I found, though, many people reluctant. So I'm just wondering what you would say, without having the time to go through a whole presentation like this to students. Just, in a nutshell, elevator speech, how would you convince students who are reluctant to use AI that it's a good tool that they should use?
Okay, the old salesman in me puts his hat on and says, first thing you ask the student, why are you reluctant to use it? You really want to understand. Because everybody's reluctant to be an early adopter, And you can't assume it's because he's afraid of screwing up or because it won't work or he's drunk the Kool-Aid on hallucinations and all that other stuff. So the first thing you want to do is you really want to understand what the problem is. And then you address your answers based on the individual problems. So, Mr. Student, as I understand it, you're embarrassed that you don't know anything about AI. I sympathize with you. I'm there too, which is why I'm asking you to experiment with AI tools. And specifically, my buddies over in the data processing or the IT department have told me these are the 2-3 tools that we ought to try. In fact, the university has got a license to use certain tools and so on. Let's experiment. I'm not going to burn you on your grades in class. I'm going to compliment you for having the courage to do that. Yeah. And maybe something else.
Thank you. That's
the gentleman over there.
Hi, Dr. Carter. Great. First of all, I just want to say I'm a big fan. I loved the books on IBM, and I actually, in a previous life, spent a lot of time suing IBM, so I have a love-hate relationship.
Excuse me, handshake we have to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't have a question. I had more of a challenge, and I wanted to push back on one of the points. And I wanted to start by saying that I loved it, and I also thought overall the conclusion to kind of become cyborgs ourselves and jump in and mesh with AI seems to be the right approach for historians. What I wanted to push back on and get your thoughts on was that when we came to the AHA statement, which I agree seemed naive, and then you came to what can historians do, right? It seemed, if I had to summarize, part of that is that we can try to look for that niche that we have that AI potentially doesn't cover: context, skills, critical analysis of a certain type. My pushback would be that from what you've established, AI seems that eventually we'll be able to do that significantly better than us. There are plenty of mediocre thinkers in history, myself maybe included, and the products that we sell, at least in the capitalist market, could feasibly and quite probably be replaced by a more sophisticated AI 10, 15 years from now. What is to say an AI isn't the expert at thinking about context, the expert, like I can read maybe 1,000 books in my lifetime if I go balls to the wall. An AI can read that in 10 minutes and could do similar amount of analysis and data. So here's my challenge, and here's how I would try to solve the problem. I do think there's something that we can do, and I'm not gonna go into the soul or anything that AI can't, and that is we can feel joy. And one of the interesting things is, when I was growing up, Wolfram Alpha was a huge potential deal. And he was an alumni of my school, and he came and he gave a talk, and we were all like, oh my God, Wolfram. And then the maths teachers freaked out because they're like, now you can't do a differential equation. And it was very difficult for us to express why we should bother doing quadratic formulas anymore when Wolfram Alpha can just do your math homework and show you're working for you. And one of the more interesting arguments was simply that it's fun to do equations. And an AI can't have fun doing it. And there's some value there that in history, one of the things we could teach is that rather than moving more in, like you're saying, towards the social sciences and expressing ourselves as a better tool that works as cyborgs with AI, which will work in industry, what if we went the other way and said history is like art? You could probably get better art from a machine, but people like it when they're practicing history, and we can teach you how to enjoy doing a quadratic equation, even though a calculator could do it faster than you. And we could teach you that fun skill, and we become a leisure industry. I don't know, I guess that would be the most flippant way of saying it, but that's my challenge. What would you think about that? Or would you just say all of the above?
Well, to begin with, you haven't said anything I disagree with. So let's just start with that. I don't know where AI is going to be in 10, 15, 20 years, whether they'll replace great literature in history or research. I mean, right now, the answer is no, because most of the kind of information we use in historical research, archival material has not been digitized. We're talking this amount. It's nothing so far. Now, I think that's going to change dramatically because MRI technologies and so on getting portable, so instead of getting your kidney x-ray, the librarians will x-ray whole rows of books and so on. But it hasn't happened yet. And I don't know whether it's 10 or 15 years. Maybe you're right. And maybe it will do great literature, or great historical literature. The problem is that it's probably slower. Why? Because every one of these technologies, whether it's steam engines, telephony, radio, whatever it is, always took longer than we anticipated. I cannot think of any exception. Have we got historians in this room? Can anybody think of an exception? Every forecast has been wrong. And low-hanging fruit topics are going to be handled pretty quickly. You know, quick little biography of some contemporary politician, no problem. Try and write a biography of Napoleon. AI will eventually do that, but right now the best biographies of Napoleon are pretty sophisticated, in addition to being all 800 pages long. There's a lot to assume in there. So the only difference you and I might have is it 10, 15 years, and does it cover 100% of history? I don't know. One thing that I do know is that history is fun, and people are going to do fun things regardless of computers. We all probably know folks who have hobbies that do not use a whole lot of equipment, but they do it anyway. Or they make tools, handmade tools, even though you can go down a hardware store and buy the same thing for $29 instead of the $40 that it costs him because he's spending his weekends making stuff. Why make a cabinet for your kitchen when you can go down to the store and buy one? You do it because it's fun. So fun is not going to go away. Remember, we started this conversation with talking about one of the things you want in life is happiness. Happiness is, anybody think happiness is going to go away as a desirable thing? I don't think so. Somebody take her out for a drink. You know? So there's some universal things. So I think you're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is when you go to work in the morning, you got to do some of this stuff. And in fact, at some point, you don't get to vote on it. I mean, if you want to get paid, this university is going to say you have to fill out certain forms on a regular basis. When I was at IBM, we had to turn in our expenses on a standard form. If you want to get refunded for that airplane ticket that you took to London because you thought it was a terrific meeting to go to, if you want your $3,000 back, you better fill out a certain form, whether your serial number on it and everything else, otherwise you're not going to get So you're going to have some of that. that's provided not only by AI, but other software, other technologies. Remember, AI is a group of software types, but not all of it. And that's true for everybody, you know. Laws are the same way, you know, you got to obey laws. I don't know if that helps you, but I'm in violent agreement with you. Over here. I'm excited, I'm eager. All right.
Thanks for a very helpful talk. I have a comment and a question or a challenge. So your comment about tacit knowledge really helped me because I've read a New York Times article, it appeared this week, about jagged knowledge in AI, and it really, your talk is very helpful. But I think a lot of the professors here have submitted claims to BARCH, the lawsuit against Anthropic. And because our works were downloaded without our permission.
Mine too.
Yeah, and
I'm waiting for my big check.
So what do you think about that? And I assume that more AI companies will disclose eventually through lawsuits. Yeah.
My guess is, everybody understand the question, the issue is companies that are scraping the internet, largely digital copies of anything, are using it without permission of the author or the publisher, which in normal copyright law, you have to gain permission either for free or for a fee. And it was not done in this one case. And the courts ruled that the company had to pay out to the authors and to the publishers $1.5 billion in fees. I was very pleased by it because obviously they took stuff out of 20 of my books because they sent me a list and I said, oh, I'm going to get a royalty check for each of these. Very nice. I like this. I hope they used it a lot because they used an algorithm to determine how many times they tapped into my book. So if you see me coming down here next year with an overpriced car, you'll know what happened. But copyright law and patent law is not going away. So what's going to happen is companies that scrape information are probably going to have to be more careful about it, and it increases their costs, which may slow down adoption of certain types of applications. And I don't know whether that's good or bad. That's just the reality of it. The EU has very strong, strict laws about that. Americans are a little sloppy maybe or looser about it, but they exist here. China has a different way of handling that, not through the orientation of copyright and patent laws, although they play that game too. They do it through legal mandates of what you can and cannot do. So, yeah, I think personally, as an author, if I produce a book, I'd like to get paid for it. If not, I'd like to be the one to say to you, you're such a nice person, I'm going to let you steal all my stuff because I really like you. And that's fine. That's a decision I make with my publisher. And by the way, sometimes you do that. If you publish a book, for example, through the American Philosophical Society, which Benjamin Franklin set up as the first big publishing house in the United States, you don't get paid royalties. But it's a cool press. So I published my doctoral dissertation on an incredibly boring topic, except to me, through the Philosophical Society press. Established me as a real scholar. Had a lot of footnotes in there. But I got no royalties for it, but it didn't matter because the exchange was it established my street cred as a historian, which is what happens with your first book, right? So establishing street creds was worth more to me than the royalties. Now today, if I don't get royalties, then I figure either I picked a stupid topic or I did business with an idiot publisher, you know? But there should be a fair exchange. I agree. Now I'm looking forward to my
Very quick question. Thank you for outlining all the skills. This is with the students in mind here. All the skills that the students can highlight and practice in order to make a case for themselves, coming from the humanities background. However, I'm wondering, with AI reading all the applications on the employer end, and with AI replacing entry-level jobs, what practical advice do you have as a former senior executive at a major tech firm for these students to make that leap? And it's a dynamic situation, so like it's very confusing for everyone, actually, including people who are running these firms about how they're going to make that leap themselves.
A couple of thoughts. If I was 22 years old today, I'd be doing several things. I told this to students yesterday. Number one, go find out what the growth industries are for your time, not for my time. And you can do that by going out to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics or the U.S. Department of Labor. They have all that kind of data, and they update it all the time, and it's pretty good, and its predictive quality is excellent. They've been doing this since the 1930s. So number one, go find the industries that are really cool to get into. Assume that your skills that we've talked about here and elsewhere are going to work successfully in any of those industries. Number two, once you figure out what industries to look at, go find the 10 hot companies in that industry and get in there in any way you can. We're going to talk about that in a second. Because once you get in there, even if it's sweeping the floors, once you're in there, moving around in the company becomes really easy. I did that at IBM. I mean, I got in a notch above sweeping the floors, but not much better. You know, a sales trainee with a PhD. Go figure that one out. And eventually I became an executive. So it's a big ecosystem. So that's the second thing I would do. Number three, in your automated resumes, in addition to the usual stuff you'd normally put in there, I'd emphasize specific skills within the categories that you write. And also, to get past the AI systems, make sure you got all the right words in there that they're looking for, right? I mean, you already know that. You've been told that now for about 5 years. Just so you can get past that, because your strategy, your objective should be to get a human interview where you can demonstrate your humanity, describe your skills, talk about your teaming efforts, project leadership, be able to communicate in an articulate way so you don't look like a jerk, you know? Because they're going to judge you on whether you're going to fit into the organization. That is never going to be in a job description. Are you going to be fit for our organization? But that is so critical. Are you going to be, I don't know, in Spanish we have a term, simpático. Am I going to be comfortable with you? Maybe that, I guess that's the translation. Am I going to be comfortable with you? So it's more than clinically listing what your skills are, but you're going to have to lead more with skills. In fact, we have that presentation. You can probably post that or send it around. It lists the specific skills, but they're all human skills. Things your parents tried to teach you when you were a kid about manners, ability to listen, to communicate in the various forms of your generation, which is everything from talking to making presentations in PowerPoint or whatever. So you want to get past that piece of software with the right words, but put in skills. They're increasingly looking for skills, not just simply the fact that you studied Russian history. You know, what's important about Russian history? Well, it taught me how to run a revolution. Oh, wow. We need one of those. No, the point is that you want to match your skills up to what you got out of school and get that on the resume along with the right words to get to a human interview. And That's what you want, and that will play to your anthropomorphic quality.
Thank you very much. And this is what we have time for today. Thank you very much for amazing questions.
Thank you.
And it's my great awkwardness, great pleasure to introduce you to the next speaker. Just when you think you've mastered the pronunciation of Patryk Babiracki, I introduce you to Aleksander Poniewierski.
That's well, we can go ahead and give it a try. I was going to say, that's another department. Let's try it, see. Yeah, oh, it come up? Perfect. Okay.
You're going to use your laptop?
Yeah. Here, I'll let you do this part. Wonderful. Imagine that. All right.
Imagine all people.
All right.
I need to remember not to go to the toilet.
Yes, that's it.
It's hard to get a hold of. Probably from your angle.
Here. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? No? No? Hello. Hello. Yeah, it's better.
It's good.
It's good.
Jesteś najbardziej nietypowym speakerem, także, ale to był cel tego eksperymentu, słuchaj.
Nietypowo. No to dobrze, no. Dobrze, będę mówił do koleżanki i będę...
Ja myślę, że rozmowa będzie super, także będzie po prostu niesamowita. Ja rozmawiam z College of Business wykazał zero zainteresowania jakąkolwiek moją inicjatywą, a ja do nich pukam, staram się drzwiami i oknami wejść.
No, wiesz, to jest tak, kwestia... Amerykanie generalnie chyba, ale to wiesz, ale nie myślą, że są pępkiem świata, nie?
Ale biznes też ma bardzo mało takiej motywacji, żeby wyjść poza swoją bańkę, bo oni mają taki system, że bardzo mało mają takich tak zwanych elektyw. Czyli oni mają tam ograniczoną ilość kursów, które się mają wziąć, a poza tym to już wszystko wali. I do korporacji. No, moim zdaniem oni będą do tyłu z bardzo wieloma rzeczami, bo oni się nie piszą.
No. I co, jedziemy? Czy czekamy? Bo oni tam mają na rozpisce, że 15 po. To jeszcze 10 minut. No. Na rozpisce jest 15 po.
15 po to ma sens. Teraz jest 5 po. Zapomniałem, że budowaliśmy to 15 minut.
No, poszli do toalety.
No to czekam, to dobrze, ja ci mogę.
Kurczę, ja nie mogę teraz.
Może, ale wszystko będziesz
Ja już nie mogę.
Możesz to okryć, przecież to się nie stanie. Zaraz mamy tyle czasu, że się zapnie. Wyłączę.
I don't care if I go to jail. Like, I'm set up. I know all the guys.
Dun, 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 dun.
And so I worked there for about 3 years, like on and off. During that time, I also worked at a ranch teaching horses. That was a lot of fun. Because teachers didn't pay anything. It was like 45-minute tuition for kids, and I didn't have driver's license at that point. So, yeah. Then my
I have a lot of friends in Istanbul. I have a lot of friends in Istanbul. I set up twice business in Turkey.
So scoring calls based on quality, on how well the
Very
agents
nice
did,
place.
less scoring. Let's see, so then I that and started. Oh, that and then I
Do you live on European side or on Asia side?
So these two apartment complexes in downtown Dallas, I work the night shift, just like taking packages, making estimates, things like that. Which is great because I can work from my school
No,
while
no,
I'm
no.
advertising on my camera. But and I guess night shift, I'm never even gonna get more.
Hagia Sophia, right? So the space around is extremely busy.
All the residents of the apartment complex.
Great place.
I worked there for about 2 weeks. The first week was training people to sell and school agency,
Mhm.
first agency scopers.
Yeah, for 3 days.
We didn't make a sale. We like hustled around the clock like the entire like.
Yeah, I have a jet lag as well.
It was awesome. I made it through training. I started working. I did a single sale my first week, and he wanted me to come back and do more training on Saturday, and I had to start my
Yesterday I had jet lag, and right now I have jet lag because it's what? It's 9 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. It's 9 p.m. in Poland.
10 p.m.
In Turkey. Yeah. So 9 p.m. in Poland.
Usually use from coffee to
Wake up, right? Good. So you have created this poster, right?
Yeah.
Very nice. And what tools do you use?
I use Midjourney.
Midjourney?
But I use others as well,
Mhm.
like Nano Banana.
Yeah, this one is nice. Midjourney was my first one. Yes.
It's more complicated than
Yeah.
the others,
Yeah.
and it is more hallucinating, but I like the way it hallucinates, so
Yeah.
I take advantage of
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Again, it was a sales culture, and I just
I don't know if they close
and so I quit that, and then I drove delivery for Pizza Hut for a couple of weeks, and then
But the poster was not from one prompt, right? You post-process the poster, right?
Yeah, but actually, not always, but prompting.
And then I quit that because I had to talk to people who did gun shows. I could also learn more guns, and so I went up there. And that was a lot of fun. Got to shoot guns and stuff. Play with guns.
Not always, but sometimes yes.
But
1,000.
Sometimes.
So you spend a lot of money on Midjourney, right?
No, because it has some memberships.
Okay. And you use the.
Then limitless generations.
Okay. And you use Discord for distribution, or?
Yes. Actually, it is
then I started tutoring.
Oh.
Swedish, but very European. So yeah. But
Thank you, Erdogan.
yeah. But now you don't have to use Discord for about, I don't know, 1 year. You can access directly from the website.
Okay.
But I am used to use shortcuts.
Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, this Nano Banana is also amazing. Amazing. Yes. Yeah. I have started with Stable Diffusion, but the quality was very bad. Very bad. Midjourney, yeah, was great, and right now I use Nano Banana for everything. It was DALI 3 from.
I never used any.
It's like, I mean, much worse comparing to nano banana, much worse. So there's no sense to use study for. But there's no memory in DALI-3. So in nano banana, if you create something, you can prompt, delete something, add something, and you have the base, right? But in DALI-3, everything is from scratch, like diffusion, right? So I will I will talk to yourself. There is no people. Okay. Doctor?
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, everyone. My great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Alexander Poniewierski. Alexander is a distinguished technology strategist with over 25 years of experience at the intersection of business and innovation. He's a doctor of economics. He ran IT. He's an IT specialist by training, who spent 2 decades as equity partner at Ernst & Young, where he served as the global leader of digitalization and new technologies. In this role, he successfully built a global practice from the ground up, scaling. Where's the other mic? Oh, we can hear. Okay, thank you. Scaling it over to $1 billion in revenue and leading a team of 12,000 consultants worldwide. His extensive career includes pioneer work in IT security for the telecommunications sector and providing strategic counsel to national governments and global organizations such as the UN and the World Bank. Currently, Alexander leads his own advisory firm and sits on the supervisory boards at the Warsaw University of Technology and the National Cloud Operator. He was recognized in 2020 World IoT Leader of the Year. He's a respected thought leader and author of books such as Speed, No Limits to in the Digital World, which was published in 2019, and Don't Be Naive, was just published last year. A graduate of executive programs at Harvard, Carnegie Mellon, and Institute of Management Development, he has shared his expertise as a guest lecturer at Stanford, UT Dallas, and Hult Business School, focusing on his core specialties of technology, strategy, critical infrastructure security, and business model innovation. Welcome, Alexander. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure to be here. And I will tell you, hearing the previous speeches, I have nothing to add. I agree with everything. But not joking, I'd like to add a little bit different perspective on the top of that, the perspective of leaders. Because when we talk about AI, when we talk about new technologies, you cannot hear me?
No, this is.
I think you want to touch me.
It needs to come up.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Hello, hello, hello.
Is that better?
Is better? Okay.
Okay, excuse me.
No worries, no worries. So when we talk about AI, about new technology, about business, etc., it's all about money at the end. And of course, we as a users, we love to have everything for free, right? We want to have everything immediate. We want to have everything nice. We want to have a tool which is doing all administration work for us. I mean, all this boring stuff for us, right? Because we are lazy by nature. And I had conversation with Patrick, and I decided to show you a little bit different perspective, what is happening around AI and what will happen around AI, but from the perspective of history, psychology. I mean, the topics, I have no idea. I have no idea, but I know how important those topics are. So let me start from my personal journey, because it's like eyes opener. When I finished my IT study, I'm just the engineer. I mean, the IT engineer, hard coding guy, knowing the cybersecurity very well, very well. I wear jeans, not suit, right? I was happy, touching the keyboard in 90s. But at this time, there was a special time for me and special time for a part of the globe I live. It was 19, last century, and it was just a couple of years after Poland received the freedom from Russia. And believe it or not, but this time was like awakening, like the moment we have right now talking about AI. That the new world, the new economy just punched us. And we were shocked. And I remember a time when, during a study, we had access to computers, personal computer, right? But the one for whole university, just one piece for whole university. It was 1992, 93, we had access to internet, but just 1 hour per month. I had 10 hours, because no one else would, there was no interest. And when I finished my study, I specialized in cybersecurity, which was really big topic, but not in Poland. We were not connected. And when I finished my study, specializing in IT security, I became a manager from day one. I was just a manager in the biggest telecom in the Central Europe. It was the joint venture of Ameritech, so AT&T, Telia Sonera, and Bezek, the Israeli telecom. And they put me on the, let me say, into the room. I was IT security officer, 24 years old. And they said, Alex, prepare budget. I said, what the fuck is budget? And they said, yeah, you need to know how to create, the spendings for your cybersecurity, for this telecom, right? It was interesting time, because the telecoms, as you remember in 90s, it was the cash machine. Like today, Google, there was a Nokia, and the telcos with the mobile telephony, like the first generation of GSM, was like a cash machine, right? So I had the huge budget, multi-million-dollar budget, and they asked me to prepare a spreadsheet, how to spend this budget. I said, I have no idea. So my boss said to me, but Alex, so you need to read. I said, but where? There are no books, because we just end up this communist time, and we had only Marx, Engels, and maybe a couple of the books about the economy in socialism. There was no access to the books. Today we are in the library, but please believe me, there was just the one book you could buy. It was Economy for Dummies. So I bought this book. And what I wrote from this book, that I need to plan my spendings, and I need to do it very carefully. I said, yeah, okay, so makes sense. So then I decided to study a little bit deeper, and I recognize that the problem is not the mechanics of economy. The problem is not the mechanics of technology. The problem is to understand how to do a management job, how to be a leader. Because economy you can learn, right? Technology you can learn, but how to become a leader is a really tough task. And again, of course, as you can imagine, I visit the shop, the bookstore, and I ask about, some books, how to drive teams. And they said, we have no such a books. I said, okay. The internet in 90s was just in the beginning, so I remember I entered one of the BBS. BBS was not exactly the internet we have today, but it was like a bulletin board. And I recognized that there is the access to the Library of Congress. So I searched using Gopher. There was a tool called Gopher. I searched this library, and I found like 1,000 of books about leadership, right? I said, oh my God, so those guys in the US, they are so lucky. They have all those books. But at the same time, I recognized that the only books we had in the library was the poems. Poems. I mean, the books about the stories. So I decided to read those books about how people lead other people during the centuries. Because what I recognize, and John said exactly the same, that there is a pattern. We live in the cycles. And it doesn't matter whether we talk about 19th century or 18th century or 17th century or 20th century. The leadership is all about the people and all about the business and all about technology. Different technology, different people, different moments, but it's all about the people. And the pattern, like 28 years, 20 years, 28 years, and the sinusoid, this curve, right, is something you can find everywhere. And I had a suspense moment right now prepared, but already you mentioned, guys, about that. Sorry for that. You mentioned that there is nothing new in technology. I mean, it is just another tool. It is just another revolution, evolution, whatever we will call it. But it is all about how we will use it, how we will adopt that to our practice. And what I said is that the technology changes, but the human nature does not. We are the same human everywhere, and we have the same habits everywhere. Today, during the lunch, we had discussion, what is the sexy factor buying something on Amazon? The sexy factor is just this moment, right? And doesn't matter whether we buy the new hammer or new equipment, TV equipment, or new CD, is the same moment. So when I spend the time reading those books, as I told you, I recognized that that I thought that there is something unique in the moment of time I was at this moment. So in 90s, for me, there was a unique moment. And I said, so we are unique. I have unique opportunities. I have unique problems. But when I opened the book, I saw that all those generations had the same unique moments. And all of them had the same dream. And it is something really paralyzing. Because if you see the Geppetto, do you know the Pinocchio book, right? I mean, if you read this book, you see that Geppetto just created a ChatGPT, right? Lying like a hallucinating, right? And his dream was to create a boy. But what is important? A live boy, a good boy. And the same dream we have after 200 years. Do you remember Frankenstein? It's the same concept. We want to create something big, huge, artificial, but to be a natural. So we create artificial wooden boy, but we want to be this boy natural. We create someone from the grape, and we want this monster to believe. I mean, to be live, right? But in all of those stories, there is a special moment. Special moment when, from the nice idea, great idea, and a very positive idea, something is changing to the very dark and very bad idea. Yesterday, we had a great movie. Great movie. I will refer to that. And again, why I'm saying that that those stories are changing the perspective from good, not to great, but from good to bad. Because we as leaders of the businesses, leaders of the companies, want to earn money. And what is the easiest way to make money? What is the easiest way to make money? You know? Do you know what is the easiest way? Capture the dream, rubber the people, right? To steal, to not to work, but to have, right? It is such a great, let me say, portfolio of the way how you can make easy money, that only your internal soul, internal ethics can stop you to do that. And today, we talk about data, we talk about privacy, we talk about naivety. We are able to give a shiny diamonds to the user, and the user is giving us everything. And we are not lying. We are just giving the gift. And the user is taking the gift. So the transaction is super. But the question is what we are giving and what we are taking back. One of the book I had extremely great pleasure to read was The Christmas Carol by Dickens. Probably you know the story and you know the book. By the way, this year, in June, there will be a great movie, Christmas Carol. I mean, about the Dickens. One fun fact about Dickens. You know, the first industrial revolution, the steam engine, England, if you put, I mean, you are historians, right? But if you put the moment on the scale, you will see that Napoleon just finished the campaign, he's done. Industrial Revolution completely changed the Great Britain, I mean, Scotland and England, right? They suddenly recognized that the Watt engine can be a great tool to increase productivity of the cotton and textile. In 15 years, they took from India the production and they scale it 10 times in 15 years. And there was a natural tendency that people, I mean the leaders, they saw that the workers, I mean the users, are very weak, very vulnerable. They gave them 1 cent and they asked them to work. In this time, Dickens did something extraordinary. In 6 weeks, he wrote the Christmas Carol. He published this book in self-publishing mode, He sold 6,000 copies in 2 weeks. 6,000 copies. You can imagine 1.2 million population London. 30% of people can read, badly but read. And he sold 6,000 books in 2 weeks. I mean, in our, in our reality, selling 6,000 books for author is quite a good result today, right? And what was this book about? In a nutshell, it is a book about a bad, rich guy pushing, the mid class or the worker class. And the moral of this book is, if you are rich, you can do whatever you want with those guys. You can push them, you can kill them, because we need to remember in the first Industrial Revolution, the Queen Victoria in 1833 issued the Factory Acts. And in those acts, there was the first time the rule that the owner of the factory cannot put the nail into the palm of the workers. Yes. Because it was just the standard. Because if you have the small kid and you put this kid into the chain, what was the name? Chemmy. Into the chemmy, it's much safe for the kid to have the nail on the hand. It's much safer for a kid to have nail in the hand. For a kid. So, backing to the Christmas Carol. This Christmas Carol is about this rich guy, about this leader. We can call this leader today as Altman, Zuckerberg, Bezos, I mean, whatever name, right? And if you open this book, you will see that it is really, really the same situation we face today, exactly the same. Because the first ghost in the Christmas Carol is the spirit of the past. And what this chapter is about? The chapter is about the dream that the new inventor, the new kids, they have created the startup. I mean, not the startup in Christmas Carol, but they create the startup. They had a dream to make our life better. Not to make money, but to change the world. But reality is that when the idea is good, suddenly something is happening. The finance is important. The money are important. The importance are the KPIs. And the success is about making this startup huge. And then all those dreams, all those big ideas are not important any longer. And vast majority of startups, AI startups today, are built on the idea, let's make something great. Let's create something human will benefit from. Let's create the face recognition. And having face recognition, what we will have, we can really distinguish the bad person and the good person. But when the startup is bigger, when the technology is mature, we have ideas to make money out of that. The money out of that means the pressure, the round financing rounds, round number 1, round number 2, number 3, number 4, and all those dreams are disappearing, and all values are disappearing, right? Sometimes you have the situation, and you hear that the one guy is saying, I don't want any longer to be part of this journey, right? But what they do? They establish another company, exactly copying the same idea. Lacoon. It's the same concept, but under different brand. In this brand, Lacoon has, whatever, 1% of shares. Here we'll have 100% of shares. It's not about, it's not a story about Lacoon, right? It's just the name, but it is the first ghost. The first ghost about the past, about the wonderful moments we had. The second ghost in Christmas Carol is about today. And what John said on previous presentation, we are facing a very important moment. How AI, this positive AI, negative AI, whatever, all those AI will transform our world. Today, what I said, we are using the human natural behaviors and tendencies, like FOMO, fearing of missing out, right? I mean, it is like the weapon. We are giving a gun to the customers, and customers are waiting to shoot themselves. It's called FOMO. Yeah? If you see, and sometimes, I mean very often, to be honest, it makes sense for a customer, but very often it is extremely bad. Like OnlyFans platform, this blue platform. If you see how the mechanism of keeping customer engaged, but also the people who deliver content, how the AI keeps them engaged, is like unethical in all perspective you can really touch, right? What is important today? Today, we as a users in different parts of the globe, in America, in Europe, in Asia, we need to create a right message. Of course, it is not about protest, about riots, etc. But around us, we have our kids, our grandmas, grandfathers, because they are heavy users of those platforms as well. And we need to educate them what is going on. We need to educate them that, for example, learning is the only tool you can survive without AI. I will give you an example. I have a daughter, she's 16. Whatever I say, she's checking on internet. I mean, I'm saying, yeah, Leah, here is she's checking. It is not because she wants to catch me. No, it is just a habit. Guess what? If she has no access to no connection, what is the reaction of her? Did you observe your kids? She's like a drug addicted. Really. I mean, she cannot check. And she is so focused to find the field, to connect the phone to the power supply, because I have no battery, right? She behaves like addicted, right? Another example, the father of my best friend, he's like 85 or so, right? During COVID, his grandson teach him how to connect, because, you know, there was the separation, right? And the only way to communicate was WhatsApp or Messenger or whatever, right? So they teach them how to use those tools. And after COVID, those guys, 89 years old, whatever, they are heavy users of those tools. But what is the problem? If they can call their daughters, etc., they call daughters. But if daughters are not responding, they are calling random people because they want to talk. They want to talk. When somebody, I mean the bot, AI bot, is calling and offering the great, you know, wonderful, one and only set of whatever, something, they are buying it because someone called them and offered them a great promotion, 99% off, right? Maybe you don't have something like that in US, but in Europe it is common scam that the old people are buying something which value $100 for thousands of dollars, right? Because bots are calling them with the voice of someone they know, and they are buying it. But what is in Christmas Carol, as you remember, the Scrooge was wake up by the third ghost. And the first ghost in Scrooge time was a bad future. The bad future saying to the leader Scrooge that you will be a rich man still, but all around you will be even more poor. The Tommy, the one guy, the son of the Scrooge worker, will die. And Scrooge said to himself, I will change myself. Not because of me, but because I mean, as a responsible leader, right? I need to change. And it was the moral of this novel. And as you remember from the history, Dickens had a lot of attacks on him. That from one side, he is telling such a nice stories, but in real life, he was a very bad person. What I want to say that the third ghost, in my opinion, is good or bad future of AI. And I saw two technology revolution in my life. the internet revolution and mobile telecommunication revolution. And both, we screw up. Internet, we screw up completely. The mobile, 2010 means the social media era, we screw up completely in all aspects. And right now we enter something even bigger. And the question is whether we should wait until it will become a huge problem, and then we will set such a stupid things what Europe is doing right now. Can you imagine that in Europe they want to have a law that the kids, they cannot use a mobile phone. Physically, they cannot use mobile phone, or they cannot have the access to platform before 16 years old, right? And they want to use it as a law to do a best great future for Europe. At the same time, if you see what is happening right now in China, what AI is doing with Chinese culture, it is crazy. It is crazy. I just returned from China 3 months back, right? And I had opportunity to travel through not this great China like Shanghai or Beijing, right, or Hong Kong, but the poorest part of China, this western part of China. And you enter the village, village, 4 million people village, right? But still village, right? And everything is connected. Everything is connected. Our guide said, because it was motorbike tour, and we just stop at the street. Not at the corner, just on the street. And he said, you can order food here. I said, how? I don't know where I am. But they know, he said. Well, what do you mean they know? They know. And there is the app called Yellow Kangoo. Yellow Kangoo. And I opened this app. I pressed the button, KFC, because it's a small village, 4 million people, and there was a KFC. But the concept was as follows, that I said before I opened the app that I need to eat something like KFC or McDonald's, right? So there was not McDonald's, but there was KFC. And the KFC popped out on my phone. I said, fuck, it's good. I press the KFC. I choose the Zinger, right? It's the sandwich, Zinger sandwich. I paid. Under one click, just I paid. And there was delivery in progress. So, shit. I'm not lying, guys. I'm telling the truth. And we stand on this street, 3 bikes. I start smoking. I finish one, I finish second cigarette, and suddenly the guy, like this Uber Eat, is coming, but with this yellow Kangoo, and is giving the paper bag to me. Not to my friend here or to my friend here, to me, like that. I said, this is unbelievable. I opened, of course, there was the Zinger sender. I said, it is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The precision, we don't have such a precision in Europe. Probably you don't have such a precision in the US as well. One click, delivery. We have a joke with the friends. I said, thanks God I didn't order different stuff, bigger stuff. But anyhow, so you can imagine what is going on. And in China, as an example, it is very very important message to set. The whole critical infrastructure is blockchain. Is blockchain infrastructure in China for last 15th century. So there is no way you can, how to say, break into the systems and change the data because it's blockchain. So proven. So how will we use this dragon, the AI dragon, as a leaders? We can use it on 3 different ways. So for customers, what I said, we need to educate our surroundings, our students, our kids, our parents, whatever, right? We need to educate them. What is the pros and cons of using AI, and what is the meaning that you are giving your data and someone is giving you something back for it, right? It is important. And if you decide to give, fine, but be aware what you are doing. For leaders, I have very funny situation right now because I can talk to leaders without, how to say, any, I can talk directly, right? Because during the time I worked in EY, I had all these corporate policies, and it was very difficult to talk directly. Right now, I can talk very directly to the leaders. And one day, I asked one of the CEO of the really big company, and I said, look, if you have choice to grow top line by 50%, but to sell client data, but the clients will have no idea what you did. What do you think? And the answer was, Alex, absolutely not. We run here our very ethical standards. I said, yeah, fine, good answer, good. I said, and how about 80% of growth? Alex, what do you want to say? I said, what is the price you will change your mind? I mean, you will really put your values at stake. He said, it is not about the price. It is not about top line. If the client will say, yes, I will do it. I said, what do you mean client will agree? You know, Alex, like we have in all contracts. I mean, the very long contract, and I agree at the end. You know what I mean. And for businesses, it is the moment we need to decide what kind of business we want to have in the future. Whether business which is really doing something good for a customer, but really good for a customer, or we want to put customer at the corner and push customer to have no chance. And the last slide, what I said at the beginning, the history is the mirror. And if you, for a moment, and maybe as the exercise for now, if you push yourself from this ground and you see, what is going on in China, what is going on in America, what is going on in Europe, in Asia Pac, and if you see what those leaders, the big leaders, are talking about, the supremacy, the data centers, fighting for data, fighting for clients, blocking the companies, tariffs, very modern, word. If you see what is going on around, it is all about leadership of the leaders which are creating the AI world for us. AI world for us. Because AI, whatever we want or not, will be with us. But what kind of AI depends on our reaction. And it is what I want to say. I'm open for discussion and for questions. Thank you. I'm very happy to have contact with you on LinkedIn. It is the LinkedIn, to be honest, I don't know. I received it from the China Department of E-commerce, right? But no, I'm joking. It's LinkedIn. It's LinkedIn.
Thanks. That was really interesting and wide-ranging. I want to kind of pull into your analogy there at the very end about the way in which a technological race that we engaged in the 20th century led to the arms race and the fear of nuclear war. But the reason that led to a race in part was because people who had the knowledge about the atomic bomb leaked it to the Soviets, in part because they thought this was knowledge that it was in the hands of one group of people, that is, the United States, would be too dangerous, right? And these people were excoriated. We killed them, the Rosenbergs, at least. But as it turned out, though that was a nerve-wracking period, the fact that the technological information was broadly distributed kept us from actually ever dropping that bomb again, right? The human history says we never drop that again, and it will. I haven't looked at the news this afternoon, but to date, we haven't had a second one. So, I'm wondering about if there's an analogy here for AI and who's holding information, and if, I don't know, is leaking, is the world of secrets a way to kind of get the more equitable future that you're talking about?
Yeah, of course, the analogy to atomic is very contrast, right? But when you see what has happened after Project Manhattan, and yesterday by chance we had a presentation about Indira Gandhi, what she did with the Pakistan. It's very interesting and, to be honest, very similar to the situation we have right now. So, thanks to atomic bomb, we had no global context for conflict for 100 years because of atomic bomb. It is this positive element of this kind of weapon and the strategy to fear with the atomic bomb. The negative consequence of atomic bomb is to make a deals with the bomb. And the Indira Gandhi case and the Pakistan case was a great example. It is the best example. Indira Gandhi asked the US to give them an access to the bomb. Israel did the same, if you remember, right, in 51. I don't remember exactly the year, but it was exactly the same. We feel, no, it was 61. It was 61, right? We feel here in our new place a little bit dizzy, give us atomic bomb, and they will not attack us. It was the sense of Israel. Indira Gandhi did the same. The Pakistan has the dirty atomic bomb. So give us the bomb and they will, right? And today with AI, we have slightly different element because the element is data and access to data. Because the AI is all about three elements: algorithms, data, and the processing power, so data centers. If you ride through the China, they have data and energy corridor close to Mongolia Desert, and you will see the power plants and the data centers of Tencent and other companies, you will understand why US is investing and Europe is investing in data centers. Because there is the need to have those data centers. Second are algorithms. The majority of algorithms are coming from 70s, 80s, 90s. Of course, there are a specific efficiency algorithms, of course, but majority came from 70s and 90s. Data is something we want to have. Because without data, you cannot teach and And what kind of data? We need to have this data, like information from the books, what John said and the guy said, but you need to have the information about user behavior and the correlation in between the user behavior, action, and reaction, right? And just a small example, right? We have those Apple Watches or whatever watch on the vest, right? And if you imagine that you can correlate the actions I did on the web page with the pulsometer, how I am excited, right, about the action. Of course, the graduation is too small, but you can imagine, collecting different, let me say, kind of sensors and different source of information. In Europe, you cannot do that. In US, you can partially. In China, you can do whatever you want. And they have a very nice statement that, for example, in Europe, right, the companies are fighting for data, and lawyers are saying, you as a CEO of organization, you need to be sure that if you give the data will not leave EU, and they, I mean, providers will guarantee that the data is yours, and you can take data back if you want. But the game is not about data. There's data, information in action is knowledge, and knowledge is the wisdom, right? So they can give you back data because they don't need the data any longer because they have information and knowledge, right? So when I compare it to the atomic bomb, maybe it's what I said too harsh, right? But it is all about the war between East and West. I had a friend, a very close friend of mine, who is American with Russian roots, and his wife is Russian. And she had the agency, digital agency. And when Russia attacked Ukraine 20th of February 2022, America put a sanction on Russia. And the same day, Meta just closed the services, which was fine. The lady, I mean the wife of my friend, because of Instagram, she ran this digital business. And one day, someone closed the business, the source, the platform, one day. We understand the concept, but at the different layer, like a business layer, right, you have no severancy, right? So today, if we talk about that, we need to really understand what is going on. And I don't want to build the feeling that, but what will happen if something wrong will happen on Taiwan, right? We have the Hormuz, we have Taiwan, we are in the big, deep shit. And can we compare it to atomic bomb? Atomic bomb can can we put, let me say, destroy the one geographic place. The AI and all those interactions can destroy services around the globe just in 1 second. It is the difference, but the consequence can be very similar. What I said, I don't want to create a narrative that it will happen, but we need to understand the consequences.
I'd love to know more about how you talk with leaders. You opened up the talk, wonderful talk, reminding us that AI is about money. I agree. What I interpreted you to be suggesting through the Charles Dickens story and the examples you shared of your advice to leaders was appealing to their moral conscience.
Yes.
Appealing to their inner ethics.
Yes.
I would love for our leaders to be wonderful, good people. I'm wondering how you are able to make the responsible use of data also appear more profitable to leaders. How is it that you communicate that effective products, responsible businesses is not only good, but also money-making?
Very good question. And I will give you an example. The platform, which is called TikTok, recently acquired by Larry Ellison, as I remember, right? In China, TikTok is completely different platform. I mean, the platform looks exactly the same, but the content is completely different. You cannot find on TikTok, two completely drunk guys, fighting with battles. No. It is an educational platform, highly educational platform, and they are able to make money on that. It's all about the direction your country and your leaders will accept and go. And what I am saying, I'm not saying that all platforms are bad. No, I am not saying that. I am saying that sometimes, like yesterday we saw this movie, that sometimes we are going too far because of the dragon we have created and possibilities this dragon can do. So profit versus ethics.
What I hear you saying through that example is that state regulation, as in the case of China, is a solution here. And I don't think that's where you're intending to go.
No, I will give you an example. In Europe, there is, in US as well, right? There is the regulation of TV, right? There is the committee or something, right? That you cannot, in public TV station, something everybody can access, you cannot show pornography during the, daytime, right? Right? And how it works, that you just put the regulation, if you want to have a license, you cannot do that. At the same time, you have the internet platforms, and they do that. The question is, can we apply the same ethical regulation? That's exactly the same, nothing new. That you cannot sell alcohol to 19-year-old boy or cigarette, right? The same regulation on the platform and make the owner of the platform responsible to keep the rules, right? Meta, you work for Meta, right?
I used to, yeah.
So they are able to, they are showing a scam, AI-generated scam. And if you claim that, they are not taking out the scam. The scam is visible for others. They will block for you. But for others, they are taking, they're getting the profit from that. And the question is, of course, there's the more complicated topic, but the question is, can we apply, the same rules at the minimum we have in other media platforms or whatever, right? The same rules. The same rules. You know, if you want to use OnlyFans platform and sell your body, right, virtually, but anyhow, sell the body, right, it should be the same rules as in US in different states, in Europe in different countries. The same rules should be applied. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, I have a question. I think I wanted to push back a little bit against the idea that the AI companies are all headed up by just sort of money-hungry CEOs.
No, I don't want to say that.
Okay, I thought you were comparing multiple of them to Ebenezer Scrooge, and that doesn't seem accurate to me. I mean, I'm just thinking of, I know it's not a popular time to say anything positive about Sam Altman, but I mean, he did give millions of dollars back in 2016, I think it was, to fund a study on universal basic income. And this is one of the reasons he co-founded OpenAI, is to make beneficial AI that's good for humanity, and that's why they started the nonprofit. And of course, there's other motives involved as well. It's still a nonprofit, something that's not commonly known, but so why would he be so concerned 10 years ago to found this philanthropic fund? Because he's worried about everybody losing their jobs and having no sustenance. So now he may be a horrible person in many other ways, but I think I can speak more highly of Dario Amodei from Anthropic, who I think is just, I'm thinking of getting a throat tattoo of him, actually. I think he's incredible. With this new Claude Mythos model, which is kind of like super intelligent hacker, basically. And it sort of relates to your question about like sharing secrets. So
Can I stop for a second?
Please.
And I can put $1 million. You can put $1 million. That in 6 months, this new Anthropic model will be completely blocked because of military and whatever recognized as a threat. Right? At the same time, we had cloud, which makes whatever you can using agent, mold agent with our data, and everybody are laughing. Oh, such a great tool, right? Funny, right? Oh, right? So serious things will be blocked in a second, or bot. In case of Anthropic, but blocked. If we talk about, let me say, our lives, nothing is blocked. And here is the trick.
So, well, I'm not sure that's responding to my concern. So my point is, Anthropic is, of course, they're getting good press from this, right? We have our model is so powerful that we're not releasing it.
Yeah.
So they shared it with Google, they shared it with Microsoft, they shared it with all the biggest software companies to find those zero-day vulnerabilities so that those could be hopefully patched before something like this is released to the public. So, my only point is to say, I think there are, especially at Anthropic, there's some really good people who are trying to make this technology before the Chinese do, because, as you say, the Chinese have way more energy, they have way more data, which is essentially the enriched uranium, if we're going to go with that metaphor. So yeah, I do want the United States to get to AGI first, for sure. And I think that some of the companies, that is their large concern. So yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand some of your slides where it seemed like it was, implying that a lot of the business leaders just cared about money, because I think some of them do, and like maybe probably Zuckerberg, but not all of them.
I mean, my message is as follows. If all leaders will have the really good ethical standards, but we talk about all leaders around this globe, right? Look from much broader perspective than US perspective, Anthropic, AI, OpenAI, or Google, right? Look much broader. If all leaders will behave nicely, with ethical standards, we are safe. But I don't believe, looking for a history,
not gonna happen.
But it will happen, unfortunately.
Thank you for a fantastic talk. To piggyback on a lot of questions, I think it's a big question for a lot of people to see how exactly can we exact this kind of moral responsibility from leaders, and to sort of go back to this very relevant metaphor of or analogy to the Industrial Revolution. And the goodness didn't come from the inside of the hearts of the people who started the Industrial Revolution. They didn't have a change of heart overnight. It's the rise of mass politics that happened, and the votes that mattered. This was the equivalent. This was the profit. This was the ROI, right? And the liberals who were so invested in individual liberties, which drove this whole ethos of the Industrial Revolution, they realized that until they partner with labor and start to think about social responsibility, they're going to lose votes.
Exactly, I'm with you. And as a good example of that is Thomas Edison. He had over 100 patents, but only one he gave everyone for free. Do you know what is this patent? Fuse. Fuse, electric fuse. Because he knew exactly that without fuse, the energy, the AC energy, will kill people. If you give your daughter a hairdryer without fuse, it can kill the child. With the fuse, will protect. So, was it responsibility? Yes, probably, because today, you know, the fuse is number 3 elements in the globe. The first is, what is inside the CPUs? Near condensator, but no, so it's transistor. Transistor is number 1. Number 2 is the zip, the zip, and the number 3 is the fuse, right? And the fuse was for free. And Edison was the mask, let me say, of the 20th century, right, beginning of 20th century, but he gave people for free the fuse. What is the fuse for AI? Maybe Musk will give us.
On the moral portion for leaders in AI, a recent Supreme Court lawsuit ruled that media companies cannot be held liable for piracy that takes place within their companies. Given the recent increase in AI artwork copyright infringement, how do you think leaders should address that sort of situation? And do you see it as the Hiroshima-esque bomb for AI that you were speaking of, or do you see it more as a blip in the AI time?
You killed me with this question. I have no idea.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know what to answer.
Thank you.
Just a question. You mentioned early in your speech about how we completely messed up the internet and social media. I'm only 20, so I take no responsibility for this. But I agree. Ever since I got a brain, I could see that, yeah, these aren't good things. But having not grown up in the time when those were gaining popularity, I have 2 questions. First, were there people saying this is bad, we should regulate it, and kind of talking about the potential dangers of it? And can you see the kind of possibilities for harm that AI might give future generations in the same way that social media and internet did? And do you have an idea what this might be?
Okay, so what is the screw up of internet? The screw up of internet is security. Internet has been developed as an academic research network and without no security. I mean, people believe that based on trust, they will connect each other. And because of that, the TCP/IP protocol and the way how the authentication is, authorization, access control is granted, it is extremely unsecure structure. And because of that, you have all the scams, and you feel that someone is watching you and you don't know, right? It is because of that. The answer for that is to rightly design from the beginning. So if you had experience that you build a house and this house was broken, the next time you build with the good fundament, right? What we observe in AI is exactly the mistakes we did with the internet and social network, right? That we are building without guideline. We are building without, let me say, a common criteria, right? Everybody, an example John said, right, that his book was used to teach the algorithms, right? In this phase, right, that someone can grab your data from Facebook without your knowledge, right? Because there is no architecture, there is nothing like design, secure design of the AI right now. Nothing like that exists.
Thank you.
And we are out of time. Thank you so much for your fantastic talk. Thank you for all the great questions. And we hope to see you in a couple of minutes when we move from thinking about leadership and literature, thinking about machine and artistic activity and creative activity. Thank you.
And I can say that both of them, I know those guys. Yeah. They are decent people. They are changing like on this slide. Yeah. Those guys with the very idea to the business. It's not their fault. They are, that's great. They are so squeezed by financial banks, that they need to expand. And the boundary between ethics and revenue is so tiny.
Especially when there's so much at stake. It's easy to imagine making compromises. Do you teach American history?
century, yeah, in my opinion, that was the fun century.
Yes, me too.
That's when all the ideologies were born.
Yes, climate belonged.
Sure.
1780 to 1915. Yeah, that's the 19th century. So all those things happened.
I was trained in French history, and so the history of governments in France sort of nicely bracketed 1789 to 1914.
Right.
That long century.
And our next
It's so important. As we get more distance from the 20th century, I have more right. That whole flip where you're
I watch
I think so much
Are you ready?
a whole generation of people are reacting now to one of the real changes is established in the kind of the miracle moment where we had an educated system that all shared the same sort of information and of course in European
In the post-World War II period. Yeah.
This one seems to still be working. So see, this is why I do too.
Yeah, in France it's called Les 30 Glorieuses, the 30 glorious years. For public investment,
right.
of robust civil service, of information accessibility in civil society. But yes, we are the farther we are from it, the more it seems like a hiccup in the long durée.
Right, and especially deciding that, you know, you have to have the same. Your information. There you go.
Well, especially for me, having grown up and been politicized in the 1960s, that was a blip within a blip with, end of history aspirations, close of the Cold War, and the feeling that conflict will just be, regional management, it won't be great power conflict anymore. And as we continue now in the 21st century, for me, just the claim of education as a commanding ideology that brings us back to the 19th century. That's what I find to be historically fascinating about this moment.
We have the emotions of the institutions of moral humanity.
Well, he says
the economy was what it was. The 19th century and the no wonder we're 50 years old. We're struggling so much to try to, deal with people who feel so alienated and
Sure.
left out.
Yeah.
And, the number of times you're you just get a normal situation. Well, your demographic watch.
It's very valuable to show the past ways of nativism.
Right.
And how little changes with our current moment.
Right. Here we are again.
Here we are again, indeed.
And it's, so the whole idea that history can avoid past mistakes. I wouldn't say it. I think they look different every time, and they are different because now you're making that mistake.
Anecdotally, I was originally very embarrassed to travel abroad. And I've come to find
Is it coming? Can you hear me? Okay.
Can you hear her now?
Yeah. I'm speaking. Not this.
You can't hear it?
Now? It's okay. Okay.
I'll get out of your way, excuse me.
One is for the room,
Mhm.
and one is for the camera.
Okay.
So that, I've got two audio streams going.
One.
I lose one, I still have the other.
Okay.
Which happens.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm not sure if the volume is it too loud over there? Like this? Like this? Is it good? All right, perfect. All right, I'm so thrilled to introduce our next speaker right now. Sila Shehrazad Yücel is a multidisciplinary artist based in Istanbul. She holds degrees in landscape and interior architecture and has experience as an art director in cinema. Drawing from Ottoman miniature painting, photography, and jewelry making, she merges her diverse creative practices with text-to-image AI to create surreal photographic syntheses, which you will see, and you should definitely see on her Instagram feed. Her works have been presented at international solo and group exhibitions in Turkey, Germany, Italy, Brazil, Argentina, and the United States. And I wanted to add a personal touch here of why I'm so thrilled that Sila is here. About a year ago, I landed at a cocktail party where everybody was in finance. And I found just the one person in the crowd who happened to be talking about art. And I asked what she was doing, and she said, "Oh, we're agency, art, online art gallery." I said, "Oh, really? Okay." Because I'm starting to think about this conference, and the idea is to bring together people from different backgrounds. And the missing piece for me here is an AI artist. Do you know anyone? I said, as a matter of fact, I do, because we represent her in the United States. And so she connected me, she gave me the name, and then I contacted that same artist via Instagram, and she responded. Because I looked at her work and said, "This is absolutely fabulous. This is amazing. First of all, I want to own a piece. I don't know if I can afford it. But second of all, I want her to come to the conference, because this is absolutely unusual what she is doing. It's the stuff of dreams." And so then we started a conversation. Yes, Sila accepted, and then the conversation, I'm not sure if I can join in person because of everything that's going on. The wait for visa appointments is several months. So, well, let's see what we can do. And meanwhile, it turns out that Sila was showing her work as represented by that gallery in the most exclusive social club in Dallas, right, in the Highland Village. So, well, I'm going to go check it out. I gave him a call, and she said, no, sir, you're not a member of this club. You cannot come. And I said, okay, well, fine. And then a week later, I said to myself, no, this is too weird. I have to go see it. So I emailed the manager. I was that guy who asked for the manager in this point. And I said, I'm sorry, but I happen to know the artist. I'm sorry, I used your name, yes. Started to throw out names of your agency people. And so finally, they said, okay, you can come. So I made the appointment for the weekend. I show up, and they didn't know who I was, so they had to call another manager who was on duty. Finally, I saw this. Long story short, Sila got the appointment for a visa. Everything went smoothly on all stages of her trip, and she arrived safely a couple of days ago, and you can see why I'm so thrilled by now. So, on that note, please let's welcome Sila Shekhrazad-Yücel, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Sula. I'm coming from Istanbul. When Patrick invited me for this event, I realized that I really want to look closely to my work process with AI. And when I talk about it, I usually use that phrase, wandering through places which would not exist before I imagined them. So starting that idea, I put this presentation together. So let's begin. I'm very excited. Have you ever heard of Flatlands? Flatland is a short and interesting book written in the 19th century by the mathematician Edwin Abbott. It tells the story of a two-dimensional world where there is no such things as up or down. One can only go back and forth, left and right. Its inhabitants are simple geometric shapes like lines, triangles, and circles. The main character is a square. One day, this square meets a sphere, a being from a three-dimensional world. The sphere brings him into his own realm. And for the first time, the square experiences the third dimension. In that moment, his entire understanding of reality is shaken. Trying to imagine a third dimension from within only two is almost impossible. But once seen, it cannot be unseen. Once the square realizes a third dimension exists, he begins to wonder if fourth, fifth, or even higher dimensional places must be possible. He returns to Flatland and tries to tell others about what he has seen. But no one believes him. His claims are called heretical, and he is sentenced to life in prison. Still, he continues to speak out. He writes down his memories, hoping that one day someone will read them and believe that there might be more dimensions to explore. Today, I want to speak to you from this very same threshold. Just as Flatlanders struggle to imagine the third dimension, we struggle to grasp higher dimensional spaces because we are so used to three-dimensional perception. The concept of latent space, which is at the heart of the AI models, is exactly such a multidimensional field. We cannot see it directly. We cannot fully picture it in our minds. However, we can see its effects. We can almost feel ourselves moving through it. And as we work with it, we begin to intuitively recognize its tendencies. Now, latent space is not a physical space with solid ground or fixed boundaries. Technically, it is an abstract mathematical vector space. But to understand that, I like to view it as a geography and approach it through the metaphor of a map with dense regions, well-worn paths, and uncharted territories. This metaphor is not a technical definition. My interest is not explaining how the machine works. It is in describing how an artist relates to this invisible geography. From the outside, AI image making is often misunderstood. It often looks like typing in a few random words and having an image appear instantly, almost magically. This is what people often mean by the term AI slop, generic, low quality, and meaningless outputs. But not all AI images are like that. The difference lies in how consciously the tool is guided. The process begins with an intention. It continues by choosing language carefully. It takes shape through repetition, deviation, going in the wrong direction, making mistakes, turning back, selecting, and insisting. In other words, there is a real creative process here as well. So today, I want to propose that we see generative models not just as tools that produce images, but as a geography of possibilities. And I want to see the artist not as someone wandering aimlessly, but as someone who creates paths, dares to deviate, makes choices, and ultimately gives form to an intention. So we have said that we can think of latent space as a kind of geography, but what is this geography actually made of? Digital images are, at their core, vast arrays of numerical information composed of millions of pixels. But when we look at an image, we don't see numbers. We see a face, a horse, or we sense a mood of a place. In other words, we don't perceive raw data. We perceive relationships, forms, and meanings. Generative models work in a similar way. They compress these complex masses of data into more condensed representations by learning the recurring visual and semantic patterns that makes forms recognizable across many examples. AI models don't work by storing billions of images one by one in an archive ready to pull them off a shelf when needed. Instead, they learn statistically from recurring patterns, formal relationships, stylistic tendencies, and the connections between words and images. As Emanuele Ariely suggests, the model does not retrieve individual instances. Instead, it develops something closer to a Platonic idea, a statistically learned sense of what makes a tree tree-like, a horse horse-like, or a visual style recognizable as Baroque, Renaissance, or cyberpunk. When we ask the model to create a Renaissance-style portrait, it does not retrieve a particular painting from memory, nor does it assemble a collage by cutting and pasting from stored images. Rather, it moves toward the region of latent space, shaped by recurring tendencies associated with that style: composition, lighting, facial structure, color balance, and atmosphere. That is why latent space is better understood not as a storehouse of images, but as a field in which condensed representations of forms, recurring visual and semantic patterns, and familiar resemblances between images are encoded. This also means that latent space is organized relationally. Concepts that share many visual or semantic traits tend to lie closer together, while those share fewer tend to lie farther apart. A horse and a zebra are close neighbors for the model, while a horse and a science fiction city are not. This isn't because the model holds fixed dictionary definitions in a set, but because training data has repeatedly taught it which shapes, textures, and context tend to go together. In that sense, the model learns proximity from patterns. It learns not only what makes things recognizable, but also what makes them similar to something else. And this relationship is never limited to clean, isolated categories. A region is not a sealed box. It is more like a field of tendencies with overlapping edges where forms can echo one another in unexpected ways. That is why latent space is not simply made of stable concepts, but of gradients, adjacencies, and transitional zones. What matters here is not the presence of individual objects, but how things relate to one another, how certain forms cluster together, and how specific aesthetic tendencies become neighbors. Terms like horse, porcelain, Baroque interior, or science fiction city do not refer to a single image here. They refer to a region, a zone of density. So if I had to describe latent space in one sentence, I would say this: it is a representational field where the visual patterns of the world are compressed and abstracted, and where similarities are turned into topology. This is why I keep returning to the metaphor of the map. Even we can't fully see this field, we begin to sense that within it, something lies close together, some stay farther apart, and some areas are not yet fully named. Now let's look at a crucial feature of this geography. Not all parts of it have the same density. Think of a landscape filled with highways, side roads, and footpaths. Some routes are wide, fast, and heavily traveled because so many people have passed through them. They are the most clearly marked on the map. Other paths are narrower and quieter. And then there are regions that hardly anyone ever reaches, untouched areas whose details are barely mapped. Something similar happens inside generative models. These models are not trained on an evenly distributed universe of images. They learn most from the kinds of images that circulate most widely online, the visual patterns that repeat most often, and the aesthetic conventions that appear again and again. As a result, some routes through latent space become more stable, more accessible, and more dominant than others. I call this statistical gravity. This means that when you ask the model for something vague and very general, it will often pull you toward what is most common. It pulls you toward the most familiar composition, the safest light, the most recognizable form, and the easiest version of beauty. This is one reason why so many AI images resemble one another. In moments of uncertainty, the model tends to fall back into these statistically dense regions. So statistical gravity is not simply about repetition. It is about directional bias. Some solutions are easier for the model to reach because they are more reinforced, more overlearned, and more central to its training. In that sense, latent space is not neutral ground. It has tendencies. It has routes of least resistance. So where does the artist stand within all of this? The first step is simply to recognize that this gravity exists. Instead of asking, why does the model keep doing this? We start to ask, what are the model's tendencies, and how do I want to work with them? When left to itself, AI does not really behave like a machine of radical innovation. It behaves more like a conservative system, one that prefers to reconstruct the patterns it has already learned. This is precisely why creativity often emerges not from the machine itself, but from the relationship the artist builds with it. Here, it is useful to make a distinction between the artist and the casual user. Not every AI output is art, but AI can become part of a genuinely artistic process. What makes this possible is recognizing the model's default rules without giving in to them. A casual user is often satisfied with the first pleasing results. The artist is not. The artist studies the model's highways, senses when they are being pulled back toward them, and uses them when necessary. But if they are truly looking for something new, a new form, a new feeling, then at some point they must deviate. They take a footpath. And sometimes they try to create one where none existed before. This deviation can happen on a few levels. Sometimes it is through language. Instead of using words that are safe and generic, you choose ones that are more specific, more contradictory, or filled with unusual associations. You move forward with words that unsettle the average rather than bringing you back to it. Sometimes it happens at the conceptual level. You combine things that don't naturally belong together, architecture and anatomy, for example, or an ordinary everyday object placed within a highly historical aesthetic. At first, the model will try to pull you back to the highway, but if you push, hybrid forms begin to emerge. Sometimes, the deviation is about aesthetic expectation. Instead of just aiming for what is beautiful, you make room for the uncanny, the fractured, or the strange, because real meaning often appears in that precise moment of discomfort. For me, the core idea is this. In latent space, discovery and construction go hand in hand. The building blocks already exist in the world and in the model, but the context in which they come together, the tension between them, and the aesthetic intention that shapes them are not predetermined. This is where artistic works take shape, in following the map when useful, resisting it when necessary, and searching for what lies beyond its most familiar roots. So, how do we find our way through the space? Most often through language. The creative process begins with an image in the mind. Sometimes it's a scene, sometimes an object, sometimes a feeling. There is an image missing from the world, and you want to see it. At that moment, you are already sensing a part of the map that has not yet fully taken shape. That place is not ready-made, but you can feel a direction leading toward it. A prompt, then, is a statement of direction. It describes where you want to go. Through it, intention becomes legible to the system. From that point on, every word you write does more than simply name an object. It builds a field of associations, sets a tone, and creates an aesthetic tension. In this space, knowing language is not just about vocabulary. It is about understanding associations, visual culture, and the cultural weight that words carry. Let us say I have a very particular intention. I want an interior that feels familiar but slightly unsettling. I want it to be beautiful but not too safe. To communicate this to the model, I have to make decisions word by word. Do I say beautiful, or do I use something more specific like lovely, splendid, glamorous, cute, stylish, or cozy? And how do I describe that unsettling quality? Should I call it uncanny, eerie, disorienting, gloomy, or claustrophobic? And what exactly is the space? Is it a room, a lobby, a corridor, or a gallery? These may seem like small differences, but each word points toward a different region of latent space. And words do not only point to isolated objects, they also activate nearby associations. A word like night, for example, does not arrive alone. It can pull neighboring tendencies, such as armor, swords, castles, or horses. In other words, prompts do not simply specify things. They often awaken a wider semantic field around them. This is where the creative work really begins. An artist does not have to stay within the dense, familiar zones. Sometimes, instead of combining words that naturally go together, we bring together things that are contradictory or seemingly unrelated. Take the example of horse and carpet. The model knows horses and it knows carpets. It has seen thousands of horse photographs, paintings, and drawings. It knows horse anatomy and movements. It knows rocking horses, carousel horses, and equestrian sports. And in the same way, it has seen Persian carpets, Turkish carpets, modern minimalist carpets, carpeted interiors, carpet sellers, and people weaving carpets. But when you ask for a carpet pattern horse, you are pushing the model to form a new, less familiar relationship between two separate fields. You are trying to connect a region of animals to a region of textiles and ornaments. This is where statistical gravity kicks in. The model will naturally try to produce something more plausible. A horse standing on a carpet, a horse draped in a carpet-like covering, or a horse motif woven into a carpet. It leans towards scenes that are more likely to exist in the real world, or toward decorative and emblematic solutions rather than a fully living creature. But by refining your words and trying again and again, you can push it in other directions. Eventually, you can create a hybrid form, a real-looking horse in which carpet pattern and ornament begin to function as part of its own anatomy. The model is not inventing something out of nothing. It is forming a relationship that did not exist before between elements that already existed. But in art, that relationship is exactly what matters. Originality often emerges through these unusual connections. What interests me most is that the in-between is not empty. Between two known regions, there is never just one bridge or just one possible outcome. There are many possible forms in between, many ways they can blend, and many latent transitions from one form to another. Most of these do not appear in the training data as familiar, ready-made images. Many may never have existed in the world as stable visual forms at all. And yet, they remain possible because the model has learned the elements and relationships from which such forms can be composed. This is where artistic work becomes especially important. The artist is not simply finding what is already there in finished form. The artist is moving through partially hidden adjacencies and helping to bring one path to life among many possibilities. In that sense, working with generative models is not only a matter of recombination, it is also a matter of opening paths toward forms that remain latent, waiting to be brought into visibility. These are the regions I like to call the terra incognita of latent space, unknown territories, misty in-between zones that have not been charted on the map yet. What the artist does with language is precisely this, probing these areas. Which word, when added, pushes the image into a cliché? Which word, when removed, causes the scene to lose its soul? Which two words, when placed side by side, suddenly create a new energy? From the outside, this might look like simple prompting, but from within, it is a delicate process of orientation. Language here is not just descriptive, it's exploratory. That is why I don't see prompt writing as just telling a machine what to do. I see it as gradually making an intention legible through language. Sometimes the model misunderstands you. Sometimes it becomes too literal. Sometimes it pulls you back toward the center. That very tension, the friction between intention and the tendencies of the model, is the creative process. So using language as a compass means not only finding the right words, but also identifying the wrong directions. The artist learns what to call forth, but also what to keep out. This is where a personal style begins to take shape, learning which paths return to the familiar and which begin to open up a visual language of your own. At this point, I should address a familiar criticism, the use of AI to imitate other artists. Yes, imitation may be possible with AI, but AI did not invent that possibility. Imitation and plagiarism existed before AI, and they still exist now. This is not really a matter of technique, but of intention. AI can also be used to develop an aesthetic direction that is distinct rather than derivative. And most generative models offer more than just words. Reference images, personal archives, personalized model training, and technical adjustments can also become part of the process. So while language is the primary compass, it is not the only one. These tools allow the artist to steer the process with greater precision rather than simply accepting the model's defaults. Sorry. Yeah, until now, I have described latent space as a kind of geography and the artist as someone moving through it by sensing direction, testing language, and opening paths. But I want to emphasize that the work doesn't end when the first image appears. In many ways, that is precisely where another crucial part of the work begins. The metaphor I find most useful here is excavation. When an archaeologist begins a dig, they don't know exactly what they will find. They may have a hypothesis, a map, a set of clues, but what lies beneath the surface is still uncertain, and not everything that emerges has the same value. Some fragments are broken, some are technically interesting but insignificant. Others may seem minor at first, but later reveal an entire structure of meaning. Excavation, then, is never only about uncovering. It is also about sorting, interpreting, and deciding what matters. A very similar thing happens in AI image making. You begin with an intention and try to approach it through language. The model responds to you with images. You adjust the wording, push in another direction, remove excess, try again. Very quickly, you are no longer dealing with a single result, but with a growing field of variations, fragments, and accidental discoveries. What accumulates is not yet a coherent body of work. It is raw visual material. And this is where another form of authorship becomes central. Some images are technically good, but empty. Some are too familiar, too closely aligned with the model's default habits. Some images miss the original intention entirely, but others contain a feeling that is harder to define. Sometimes a detail, a distortion, or an unexpected visual relation makes one image stand apart. At that point, the task is no longer simply to generate, it is to recognize. In this context, I don't see curation as something secondary, it is part of production itself. The artist doesn't simply ask for images and then passively receive them. The artist judges, filters, rejects, and redirects. Each act of selection reshapes the next stage of the process. That is why the right to say no becomes so important. Out of hundreds of possible images, to choose only a few and reject almost everything else is not a minor gesture. It's a decisive one. That refusal is part of the work. Sometimes you discard an image because although it's visually attractive, it feels lifeless. Sometimes you keep returning to an image that is flawed, because somewhere inside that flaw, there is a possibility worth pursuing. In that sense, artistic judgment doesn't always align with technical perfection. Sometimes what matters most is not polish, but tension. This is also why I find the language of discovery slightly insufficient on its own. The artist is not merely discovering what the model already contains. What emerges only becomes meaningful through a long process of evaluation and framing. The model may produce possibilities, but it doesn't decide which of them matters. That decision remains profoundly human. At this point, the practice starts to resemble curation in a fuller sense, not only selecting individual images, but establishing relations between them, deciding what belongs together, what must remain separate, and what kind of visual logic begins to form across a body of work. One image may gain force because of another placed beside it. The work does not speak only through its making, but through the structure in which it is placed. For that reason, I still find the concept of the found object useful here. An ordinary thing, once selected and reframed, can begin to signify differently. Something similar happens with AI outputs. In their raw state, they are not yet works of art. They become meaningful through acts of choice, arrangement, and context. The artist doesn't merely receive the image, the artist positions it. So I do not see generation and curation as separate phases. They are part of the same iterative movement. One generates, selects, refines, returns, and begins again. From the outside, much of this labor remains invisible. The audience sees only the final image, and that can create the illusion that everything happened instantly. But in reality, what appears finished is often the result of a long sequence of trials, refusals, and careful judgments. That is why the artist is present not only in prompting, but perhaps even more decisively in selection. A work becomes a work not simply because it was created, but because it was drawn out from among many alternatives, shaped through judgment and given a form in which it can begin to speak. And when we arrive at the level of selection, another question appears. The images we choose don't only reflect what we find compelling in a formal sense. They also reveal what we are willing to bring into visibility. What kind of faces, bodies, and narratives we allow to take form. At that point, curation is no longer only an aesthetic practice, it also begins to touch the terrain of representation. Once the focus shifts from form to visibility, it is no longer just an aesthetic question. What I have called statistical gravity also has consequences for representation. If some images become easier for the model to reach than others, we must ask why. Which faces, bodies, places, and lifestyles were repeated enough to occupy the center in the first place? What trains the model is not the world itself, but the world as it has been captured in images. The more certain bodies have been photographed, the more certain faces have circulated, and the more visible certain lifestyles have become, the more likely the model is to treat them as the default. In that sense, latent space is not just a map of forms, it is also a map of representations. So the question here is not simply, is this image beautiful? Other questions come up at the same time. Who stands at the center of this image? Who appears again and again? Who is pushed to the margins? Which stories are easy to tell and which ones are excluded before they even begin? Representation then becomes directly political. Because images don't just reflect the world, they actively shape it. They make some things appear normal, natural, familiar, while making others seem exceptional, strange, or even invisible. Generative models are not outside these regimes of representation. On the contrary, they tend to reproduce them statistically. This is why choosing a direction in latent space is not just an aesthetic decision, it is an ethical one. The artist is not only choosing forms, the artist is also choosing what to reinforce, what to complicate, and what to bring into visibility. There is another issue here too, the beautifying tendency of these models. Models that are trained heavily on advertising, social media, and consumer aesthetics often gravitate towards smooth surfaces, symmetry, and a kind of clean, easily consumable beauty. They tend to polish, soften, and make things look more photogenic. At first glance, these reflexes can produce striking results, but it can also make the image feel too safe. The artist can accept this beautifying tendency as it is or resist it. We can use language to push back within the prompt or work with it more deliberately by creating a tension inside it. For example, by placing a sense of pressure, fragility, or threat inside an image that looks elegant, seductive, or even cute. I prefer creating work that draws the viewer in at first glance but reveals another layer of meaning upon a closer look. I'm especially drawn to this strategy because it slows the gaze down. It creates moments of pause and questioning instead of letting the image remain merely pleasing. So the role of the artist working with AI is not simply to create new works. It is also to rethink the very way we look at things. It is about noticing which representations the model automates and seeing which norms it presents as natural. And when necessary, it is about carving rules that challenge those norms, disrupt them, or reverse them. That is not just an aesthetic choice, it is a political gesture. At this stage, we are no longer speaking only about aesthetics, but about representation, power, and history. In that sense, latent space is not just a technical system. It is a field that carries the traces of our cultural habits and historical inequalities. Looking at latent space is, in a way, like looking at the shadow of our contemporary visual culture. And that is exactly why latent space offers such a fertile field for the humanities. It is not just a field of production, it is a field that can be read. The waveforms cluster together in latent space, the aesthetics that occupy its center, the faces and spaces that emerge easily, and those that do not appear at all, tell us something not only about the model, but also about the visual culture behind it. Here, a natural connection to the humanities becomes clear. Fields like history, cultural studies, and ethics have long asked what becomes visible and what remains in the background, which images become the norm. Generative models take these questions to a new level because here we can see not only individual images, but the deeper patterns that link them. That is why latent space can serve not only as a site of production, but also as a site of inquiry. And by inquiry, I don't mean searching for scientific proof, I mean asking visual questions. Why does a model imagine a specific path through the same colors, the same faces, and the same atmosphere? For example, when you prompt a daily life scene in a 19th century Ottoman interior, instead of expecting a historically accurate result, you actually begin to see how today's digital culture imagines that world. In that case, the real issue is not historical reconstruction, it is making visible the ways we view history right now. The same logic applies to many other subjects. Why is that future city almost always brings up glass towers and neon lights? Why does portrait of a woman usually return to a particular template of beauty? These are not just production habits, they are cultural habits. These tendencies become especially visible in practice where seemingly neutral prompts can still produce remarkably narrow defaults around gender, race, class, and social role. This is exactly the kind of terrain that artistic projects can explore and question. Creating cities that have never existed or seen somewhere between utopia and dystopia can become visual thought experiments. They test our desires, fears, and longings. Here, the artist is not delivering definitive answers, but suggesting visual hypotheses. Sometimes a single image can make a cultural tension visible in a way that words cannot. This is where art and the humanities meet most powerfully. The humanities often think through concepts, while art thinks through images. An artist working with generative models can move between these two worlds, working with form, tone, composition, and aesthetic decisions, while also engaging with questions of memory, representation, and history. In that sense, each path they open can become not just an aesthetic statement, but as a form of critical reading. At the same time, when working with AI, the humanities remain essential for another reason: context and critical thinking. As I mentioned earlier, the model does not give us the actual archive, it reconstructs its patterns. That is why it is so crucial to keep our critical distance. The image it produces might feel convincing or even familiar, but that does not make it reliable. On the contrary, sometimes that exact feeling of familiarity is what we need to examine most closely. To conclude, I want to return to where I began, to the title of this talk. What I mean by off the map is not only moving toward an unknown aesthetic region, it is also recognizing how the map itself was made. Between its named regions, like countless unseen connections and possible paths not yet drawn. What matters here is that the artist does not simply follow the routes already given by the model, but senses their limits, understands the assumptions they are built on, and moves beyond them. That is why I see the generative artist not as someone who simply uses a machine, but as someone who works within latent space as a path maker. The map may already exist, but the path only appears when someone is willing to walk it. Thank you.
Much. And we have 15 minutes for questions, yeah?
So congratulations, you just got the award for the best talk today. That was awesome.
Oh, I don't know, I was so excited.
Cliches have had a lure on artists for a long time. It's certainly not new that an artist toils with convention. What's made explicit by the latent space, as you nicely depict the highways or footpaths created by vector embeddings. They're more explicit in that statistical significance is attributed to those normative images. I'm really curious to know how, within the latent space that you operate, it affects your artistic process to begin with words.
Well, I don't know. I do so many trials and errors. I start with one prompt, and then I change my words one by one. I try synonyms. I change the word order. I change the prepositions. That's
I'm
kind of like.
fascinated. Perhaps if you had an art practice beforehand in painting or whatever other medium, just what you think about beginning with what strikes me as a very intellectual medium, words, as opposed to a different medium as your starting point.
No, I don't know. I just have an image, and then I describe it through words and change the words this way.
I mean, I had kind of a similar thought as you were talking about just, how important it is to be creative with words. I wrote down, so the best AI visual artists are poets.
Yeah, I thought this was the thing.
And so it made me think like, oh, it'd be so interesting to just feed like actual poems into a generative AI model for images. And do you sometimes look to poets for inspiration?
I didn't. No. But
Yeah.
I will try. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because people often talk about certain things as being ineffable or indescribable, and my tendency is always to resist that because there's a lot of things that I thought were indescribable until I read this poet or that poet. I'm like, oh, this person figured out how to describe it. But yeah, I had a separate kind of question, and I wanted you to. I really loved the theme throughout your talk of real creativity being this almost like a battle between the artist and the model.
Tendencies of the model, yes.
Yeah, I love that so much, that the model has this conservative tendency and it wants to go towards the center and it wants to stay safe. And this is so kind of revelatory for me that the artist needs to be constantly resisting that. And so I wonder if you could say more about how you, like, is it just a matter of it presents something and then you mentioned contradiction a couple times. You want to contradict it or you want to introduce an opposition?
Yeah, I usually add irrelevant words to my prompts to mess it up.
So it's actually trying to almost be illogical about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I sometimes try to use emojis, random emojis. I just experiment.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you.
So, you know, I have to say that we rely on artists for truth, and I think intellectually I understand AI, and people have explained it, and I've read articles, but there was something about the way you explained it. I felt like I understood what AI was doing in a way that I'd never understood before. So there was, thank you for that. All these images, did you make them with AI?
Yes.
All the slides, right. So it was something about seeing the geography and all of that that just kind of like, oh, that's what large language means. I know the truth of it.
Yeah, happy to hear that. I just want to make it understood without being too complicated. And so if you feel that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of kinds of truth, but this is a kind of keen kind of truth. So thanks. I don't really have a question.
So you've spoken a lot about your process. I'm curious as to how you liked your work displayed, because since the images themselves live virtually, do you like them being displayed in a gallery setting virtually through a digital screen, television versus computer, or do you like it on photographic paper or print, hung in a frame? Could you speak a little more about that display aspect of your art?
Well, it depends on the subject. I prefer digital screens or I prefer printed and framed. Yeah, it depends on the project and depends on the exhibition. For example, if it's a mixed exhibition with sculpture and painting and everything, that it is better in printed and framed version along with every other thing.
So a follow-up question, can the same piece be displayed different ways? Do you sometimes give in the gallery the art exhibition displayed in print in one space but may present it digitally in the other?
Well, actually, I always post my works on Instagram at first, and then when I have an agreement with a gallery, I don't exhibit them anywhere else. So if it is printed, it is printed, and it is only be exhibited by that gallery. So I don't do both kind of.
Thank you.
Thank you. I echo everybody's comments that this was very stunningly clear and well illustrated. I had a question that goes back to the first two comments, which has to do with training, or should I say, the creation of art and walking this path is based not solely on, but primarily on language prompts. And because much of the corpus of training data is drawn from English language materials, and I know that you're based in Istanbul, do you think there are any limitations for AI artists who may not be native English speakers? Are there any limitations when it comes to creating prompts if the person does not have a deep knowledge of the English language, or what ways does that change or affect art creation through AI?
Yeah, maybe, but you don't need to know grammar perfectly. Just like words. Just vocabulary is always, not always, but mostly enough. I use Midjourney mostly, and Midjourney uses English, but also there are different models. For example, Google's Nano Banana, you can prompt in your own language, and it's perfectly good at understanding many languages.
So I also had a question. I don't know if you answered it or not already, and I missed it, but in what languages or language mostly do you work?
I use mostly Midjourney for my artistic work, and I use it in English.
English.
But sometimes I like not artistic work, maybe the product replacements or something. I use Nana Banana, and I sometimes use it in Turkish.
I was curious because when I go back to my undergraduate classes in linguistics, and I think about the different groups of languages and the different ways in which they organize meanings, and some languages being syntagmatic and having kind of a more syntactic structure, other being paradigmatic and having a looser set of associations between. I was wondering to what extent you have, or are you potentially considering experimenting with these different languages, because that would probably give you different results and different pathways in that latent space, maybe.
Yeah, when, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, in Instagram, there was a Midjourney AI community, and we made this challenge, just speak random words and open Google Translate and pick a random language, and Google Translates will try to understand your sayings in that particular language, and then use it as a prompt in Midjourney and add some certain words after it, and we posted together that kind of stuff. I think I used something German, and it was like giant strawberries and ridiculous strawberry-themed images appeared with that world.
Fascinating. So I don't know if there's another question. I have one more, and then I've heard somebody told me that there are people who work extensively with prompts, actually collect their own archives or prompts.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have those? Do you collect your own archives of prompts where you go back to things because they were particularly successful, because they rendered the ideas in just the right way for you? Mm-hmm. And so the question for me later is the organization. How do you deal with, because you have a lot of images.
Yes. Yes.
And how do you yourself organize this digested latent space that you've created meanings from?
Yeah, it is not well organized, but in Midjourney, there's a search bar. You can search certain words, and I have recurring themes for my works, and when I try to make a new series in that particular direction, I search for that word in Midjourney, and I find my old prompt, and then I revise it with the new, adapted for the new subject.
Fascinating. Thank you so much.
But sometimes it is really hard to find the particular thing I'm looking for, because, yeah, there are hundreds of thousands images in my Midjourney account for that many years. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We are actually out of time, so thank you.
Very much.
Thank you so much for this fantastic talk. And I'll just use a minute at the risk of underwhelming all of you to just maybe throw out a few keywords that sort of bring it all together a little bit, or maybe not, I don't know. But one thing that sort of stood out for me when I was hearing all the lectures was this question of inevitability. it's coming, not for us, but with us. And there's the question of to what extent we can shape the way that it's being rolled out. So there's a considerable amount of agency to push back against how exactly AI is coming. The other issue that came up in all or most of the talks is this question of hybridity and partnership between humans and AI. It's not the question of either human or AI, but rather how do we engage with it in productive ways? Yes. Another question, interaction and iteration. Yes, I think sometimes we take on the great burden of having to have solutions right away, have the perfect blueprint for how we understand it right now, or else the world collapses. But in fact, just like with everything else, it is a process of iteration. It is a process of trying things out all the time. And it takes courage to do that. And the last thing, the question of learning. I think it's interesting that we are used to thinking about learning and kind of getting updates on our own disciplines, areas of interest. I think the pressure is more and more to learn about how to convey it and to how to mediate our disciplines through technology that is coming in there. And also, how do we learn to learn? Kind of another level of questions that maybe some of us who have been in academia for a while are not necessarily always entertaining. Finally, there will be a book. Hopefully in about a year or so. So I hope that you can connect with everyone who accepted the invitation, who spoke over here, and I hope that you follow their work through the book that will be advertised all over the place at UTA when it comes out in about a year. So we hope. Thank you again for your time and for engaging so deeply with all of the talks and for the amazing conversation. Have a great night. Bye-bye.